Welcome to New Delhi, everyone. So my name is Tiago Rodrigues. I'm the CEO of the Wireless Broadband Alliance. It is with great pleasure that we are hosting our Wireless Global Congress Asia Pacific region today here in Delhi. Before I start with my presentation, I want to give you a big thank you to our co-host, Broadband Indian Forum, that have collaborated with the Wireless Broadband Alliance to organize this event. I want as well to thank you all the sponsors, Boeing Wireless, Cisco, Intel, ACT, Alithia, HFCL, Ruckus, and Spectra for supporting this event and making this event possible. So what I want to talk about today is I want to give a snapshot of what is happening on the Wi-Fi industry. And many of the topics that I'm going to cover will be discussed in detail by other speakers along the day. So definitely Wi-Fi 7 has been out there. Recently, Wi-Fi Alliance announced the formal certification program for Wi-Fi equipment. We can see already the initial Wi-Fi equipment available on the market can be bought by any of us in different regions of the world. What is fantastic, and we expect this Wi-Fi 7 trend to continue to grow and become the new Wi-Fi standard. Another very important item for the future of Wi-Fi is to have additional spectrum for Wi-Fi on the 6 gigahertz. As many of you know, so recently, last November, December, it was the ITU WRC, the World Radio Conference, was agreed that part of the band of the 6 gigahertz, the lower part of the band should be harmonized for Wi-Fi globally, and then the upper part of the band will have different treatments depending on the regions of the world, but definitely there is a moving forward on the use of extra spectrum for Wi-Fi, and we'll have several speakers talking about this opportunity. Another very important element is what I call shared spectrum. So if you want to use the 6 gigahertz spectrum for Wi-Fi, in many countries there are already operations on this spectrum. So these mechanisms guarantee that we can have full power on the Wi-Fi using the 6 gigahertz and guarantees a coexistence between any current operations on the 6 gigahertz and the use of Wi-Fi. So we'll be sharing more about the shared spectrum opportunities along the way during the day. Another important item is open roaming. That is a key element for the Alliance. We have been having more and more deployments of open roaming around the world. In fact, today on this room, we have open roaming network available by HFCL. So any of you would like to test it, feel free to approach HFCL or any WBA team members, and we'll be more than happy to collaborate with you on the open roaming. Another very important topic is the broadband that continues to grow across the board in different regions of the world. And for that, fixed broadband is critical. And of course, for fixed broadband access, Wi-Fi plays a key role. So is the termination point to connect all the devices that we have on our houses, on our offices, is a key element. And then I want to finish another important working on the Alliance, that is the convergence between cellular and Wi-Fi. So we have been pushing this agenda that Wi-Fi and cellular, in particular 5G, can collaborate a lot together in terms of complementing, in terms of coverage and capacity, especially for indoor scenarios where Wi-Fi is already available there and can be a much more cost-effective technology to deploy. Then we see many other novelties, including network as a service, artificial intelligence, machine learning elements that will be covered during the day. And all these innovations will really improve the network management and how Wi-Fi networks can be deployed today. All these topics that I mentioned, they are covered on the WBA annual industry report. This is a report that we do every year. Is done by a research company and is available for any of you to download it, and feel free to have a look and explore more details on these topics. On this report, we have several research studies. So one data point that I think it's quite relevant is the confidence to invest in Wi-Fi is growing. As you can see, it's now 58% of the companies that responded to the survey are much more confident in investing on Wi-Fi, and that's a quite significant growth comparing with the previous year. Like I mentioned, Wi-Fi 7, it's here. It's becoming available globally, and this is the most relevant feature of Wi-Fi 7 and why the respondents to our research were looking to Wi-Fi 7. So topics like multi-user MIMO, so transmission scheduling capabilities, there are all critical elements to deploy and implement Wi-Fi 7 on the networks. Another important topic is the open roaming, and we ask as well on the research why open roaming is important. So you can see topics like having a better connection to the Wi-Fi, connect automatically to the Wi-Fi, no need of a manual intervention to connect to the guest and public Wi-Fi, but as well to be able to interconnect cellular and Wi-Fi, how we can have a mechanism that can easily manage the devices to connect to these technologies, and at the same time be able to have one credential that can connect to multiple networks. And I'm pretty sure you will hear more about open roaming through the day, along the way, and more case studies on open roaming deployments. Another component on the report is how Wi-Fi 7 and 5G can complement each other. So this is a comparison of the two technologies. Is based on these different components of the IMT requirements for cellular. And you can see that Wi-Fi is in blue, and then the 5G is in green. You can see that in some technical characteristics, Wi-Fi will perform better. In some others, 5G will perform better. And I think that's the reasons why these two technologies can complement each other so well. So if we are talking about scenarios for a ultra low latency or a very high capacity, probably Wi-Fi will be perform better. But if we are looking to mobility scenarios, fast mobility scenarios, then that's definitely 5G will perform much better than Wi-Fi. And having these two components to work together can really provide an optimization of the networks and capacities for the operators. I want as well to leave a note on the release of the work of the Alliance. So in fact, tomorrow and the day after, the members of the Alliance will kick off the 2024 technical program. As you can see, we have a very vast set of initiatives. I don't want to go through all of them, but I can just highlight a few of them. So quite a lot of good work on private cellular convergence with Wi-Fi. How can these two technologies can work in tandem? Use of Wi-Fi as well for emergency services and mission critical type of applications. So that's a very relevant work. Then we have our Wi-Fi 7 trials. So if you are looking to know more about Wi-Fi 7, we have a trials program. We invite you to get involved with the Alliance and participate on these proof of concepts of Wi-Fi 7 in real world scenarios. Then we have another work quite relevant for residential broadband. So if you are interested on residential broadband and Wi-Fi, we have a work item on that is called Operator Managed Wi-Fi. We have as well work on artificial intelligence, machine learning for Wi-Fi networks. And then we have all the work in terms of roaming and open roaming between Wi-Fi networks. And a final topic about QoS. So QoS over Wi-Fi, it's a very relevant topic for our members. And we have two work items dedicated to that specific use case. And with this, I just want to leave a final message. That is our vision. So if you are interested on seamless and interoperable Wi-Fi services, get involved on WBA. If you are a member, or even if you are not a member, come to us, talk with us, and please be part of this group. As you can see, there is a lot of work to be done, and you can help us to make Wi-Fi better for everyone. Thank you. Okay, so now I want to just give a snapshot of the agenda for the day. So we'll have speakers from Intel, Cisco, Broadband India Forum, CDOT. We were planning to have from the Department of Telecommunications from the government of India, but unfortunately there was a last-minute request. So the Department of Telecommunications speaker cannot be here with us today, but we'll have another session from the Department of Telecommunications in the afternoon. So without further delay, I want to move to the speaker from Intel, so Mr. Simab Kadri. So Mr. Simab Kadri could not join us here, so he recorded the video with his presentation that we are going to see now.
Namaste, salam, and hello to everyone watching this in my vibrant motherland, India. I am Simab Kadri from Intel Corporation. I'm very grateful for this opportunity to speak at WGC APAC 2024 event. Thanks to all the sponsors and organizers for having me, my dear friends. Very sorry that I could not be there in person to mingle with this amazing crowd and connect with my base. It is my loss. However, not many days ago, I was actually there in my hometown, Mumbai. And this was after 6 years hiatus over COVID. I came with my family to spend a couple of months to stay, work, and play. And I was truly amazed by the amount of technology advancements and adoption that had happened over there in the last several years, especially the transformation in the service industry. The focus seems to be in the right direction. As I came into my home, I first had to get it set up with all the essential utilities before I could settle in. That is water, electricity, gas, and of course, internet. Cannot have a daily life without any of these. And thanks to the service-oriented nature of the society over there, I was able to get all these things going in a matter of few days. Notwithstanding some interesting bureaucratic and procedural challenges, though those were expected. Thanks to the local network provider, in a couple of days, I was able to get fiber optics installed in my home and Wi-Fi. I, in fact, had a couple of agencies eagerly go for my business and deliver the best that they have. However, that was limited to Wi-Fi 5. We had a sizable demand from the network to make my place livable. It was my remote work, remote schooling for my 3 kids, online activities for my spouse. It was 5 laptops going at once, while my mom watching her smart TV over-the-air content. The network was able to put up with our needs for most parts. However, we did have more than an occasional hiccup in connectivity and speeds, and some at the most inopportune time, even in the midnight during my teleconferences. This experience was consistent with what I observed at my cousin's place as well, where I'd stayed for a couple of days. In fact, they had taken a couple of broadband lines from two different providers so that they could have redundancies and manage downtime risk. I share this not to complain, but just to point out that there are still significant opportunities for there in India to get it ahead of the region and of the world in terms of connectivity. And this is what I want to touch upon next, the opportunities in the dichotomies. Per the WFA study of the economic value of Wi-Fi, which assesses the potential growth of all businesses related to Wi-Fi at a country level, India stands ahead of most countries in Asia, Europe, and even South America as a land of opportunity. Ahead of UK, Brazil, South Korea, to name a few. And while the good news is that nearly half the population over there is connected, there is still a staggering 700 million people that are yet to be. Interestingly, India has one of the largest number of unconnected people, despite having the second largest online market in the world. Digital inclusion is a big part of the potential success of the future of India. There is a force behind the modernization of India under the banner of Digital India PM Vani program. And this ambitious program has driven many advancements, not the least of it being the digital economy and the move towards a reduced cash and a cash-independent society. However, programs such as these require an absolute resilient, available and reliable and secure infrastructure. And this currently is a significant gap. The wireless speeds and reliability over there are hampered from the backhaul and the broadband limitations. Alongside, India has one of the smallest allocations of the unlicensed spectrum at a mere 689 megahertz. Compare that with US, which is a leader at a 1900 megahertz. And by the way, India is not the only one alone in this. Most countries across APAC are similarly set up for such opportunities and to close the gap and gain multiple benefits. And many of those benefits can translate even to employment growth. Another important aspect is around the growing reliance of digital security. Primarily, the use of mobile OTP linked to Aadhaar and PAN cards. However, there's also a significant growth in cybercrime and scams. This means that there's an urgent need to invest in improving online security. And this is where Wi-Fi comes in as one of the most seasoned technology to handle the last few meters of wireless connectivity over unlicensed spectrum. The latest Wi-Fi 6 6E and the recently launched Wi-Fi 7 deliver incredible throughput, low latency, power and spectrum efficiency, and support high-density connections. Along with that, it provides the best-in-class WPA3 security. The ubiquitous availability of Wi-Fi and its low cost makes it easily deployable and adoptable. It powers laptops, tablets, smart TVs, smart speakers, and smart home IoT devices while keeping their costs low. It is ready for the emerging use cases of AR/VR, digital classrooms, telemedicines, and more. The protocol updates from QoSM allow for traffic prioritization and drive great improvements in voice and video call quality. Besides IP connectivity, Wi-Fi provides a crucial bridge to enable mobile networks via offloads and assists, such as Wi-Fi calling. It unburdens the usage of licensed bands at much lower CapEx and OpEx. over 60% of global mobile traffic today gets offloaded over Wi-Fi. And this is alongside the 51% of total IP traffic that goes over Wi-Fi anyways. The Wi-Fi point-to-point and point-to-multipoint connections can provide a viable alternative for extending backhaul from one rural setup to close-by villages. With the right amount of investments and regulation concessions, this has been proven to be quite effective. Besides connectivity, Wi-Fi can also enable several other use cases. Precise location with Wi-Fi using AP location or 11MC-FTM, 11AZ can open up geolocation-based services for users. Wi-Fi as a radar is now being used to enable proximity and sensing scenarios, including device and human presence. We have automatic docking, walk-away lock, wake-on approach, and features such as these that add on to the security of the system while providing power savings and BOM cost savings. The future in this direction holds environmental security, space management, gesture control, and even healthcare assistance. All such capabilities of Wi-Fi need the right investments and deployment support to be effective. And these are not done without overcoming some significant challenges and without requiring concerted effort. Choosing the latest and right technology for deployment is absolutely needed. We profess the usage of Wi-Fi 6, 6E, if not Wi-Fi 7, to use the latest and greatest improvements in high throughput, increased capacity, increased efficiency, high density support. We also advocate the usage of the latest and greatest security improvements via WPA3 to fight the risk of personal and enterprise cybersecurity issues. We encourage the use of Wi-Fi Passpoint 2.0 with .1x security for public and private hotspots. And we vote against use of the open, unsecure networks that are found commonly. Alongside, strong investments in high-quality broadband and backhaul are absolutely needed to deliver the consistent and deterministic Wi-Fi and an established experience with these technologies. We advocate the allocation of 6 GHz spectrum for unlicensed Wi-Fi to provide the capacity for the growing needs of connectivity. We also promote the usage of AFC to work alongside the incumbent networks while using standard power. And we promote working shoulder to shoulder with 5G for a better coexistence of these technologies. From an interoperability standpoint, we advocate the use of standard certification processes to ensure the intercompatibility of the devices. But besides that, we also highly recommend working across the industry with partners on end-to-end product interop between devices and networks for the latest and best customer experience. We encourage adoption of the industry advancements effort going on via WBA. One of the efforts over there is open roaming that we highly recommend to be adopted. This provides a seamless, secure connectivity for Wi-Fi across realms. One-time onboarding of a device can provision it to connect to all compatible public and private networks. Besides that, we also profess the integration of AI and Wi-Fi for better optimization, increased spectrum and energy efficiency, manageability, proactive issue identification and remediation, threat detection and response. So we call upon the participation for a collaborative effort across the industry on this effort. We care deeply about connectivity and especially the wireless aspects of it. Unless we invest our energies together from devices to network and everything in between, we'll not be able to gain on this golden opportunity we have in front of us. So let's collaborate. And with that message, many thanks for listening. I'll be eager to hear back from you on what your thoughts are about Wi-Fi adoption in India and in APAC. Enjoy the conference.
Okay, thank you. Let's thank our colleague Simab Kadri for the presentation. So I'd like to propose that we move on the agenda. I would like to invite Dr. Rajkumar Upadhyaya, CEO from CDOT, for the next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Tiago. Good morning, everyone.
Namaste, salam, and hello to.
So I think I was a little late in saying namaste, perhaps, or I said good morning. Okay. So I think a very good context setting has been done by Mr. Tiago and Mr. Kadri. So what I'm going to talk about is, start with this. I think this has already been well said. While a lot of advancements are happening, but if you really see, 1/3 of our population still is unconnected, world over. And the other challenges of affordability, I think you'll remind me of the time. Well, yeah, so I have, oh yeah, thanks. So the other issues related to our broadband affordability, if you look at the, the number of the rates as part of the per capita income is quite high in many countries. And moreover, there are a lot of urban and rural divide. I agree with both the speakers. Wi-Fi plays a good role in bridging some of these gaps. If you cannot get into mobile broadband, public Wi-Fi hotspots can actually bridge this gap quite well. India going digital, like we all know that India is second largest telecommunication market. And over the years, we have done tremendous progress. If you look at I remember we used to buy packs of 250 MB at 500 rupees. And today, the per capita consumption per customer is around 19 GB. And the rates have gone down to 10 rupee per GB, which used to be 200 something. What has this improved? Look at the UPI. I think my previous speaker was talking about the UPI. Just to give you the numbers, 300 million users today are using UPI in our country. So, and I think this number is growing day by day. But as I said, that still we need to connect some, that happens in India also. We are clocking around 12 billion transactions per month. It's a phenomenal number, 12 billion. And in terms of value, it is 222 billion US dollars per month. That is the kind of transaction happening on UPI. I think we are the largest share of digital payment in the world. I think this figure was 47% some time back. I think it must have improved. Aadhaar, Jan Dhan, and mobile. This has, this jam trinity of the government of India has enabled lot many things for the marginalized in the sector. We were able to because of digital, we were able to do our vaccination program so seamlessly. With there were many reports from the Western countries that India millions will die. How will they do this population? This great population. How will you deal population of the size of the India? And there are a lot of critics, but the government of India showed that using digital India, we can actually manage these things very, very well. This I was talking about, the kind of data usage which is growing up and the rates are going down. And this is one of the top success of the reforms the government of India has done. The usage is going tremendously, and I think this will continue to grow. We expect that this figure of 18 GB per month will definitely surpass 25 very, very soon. And the rates have also kind of less than 10 rupee per GB. While these are positive part, but we in India also we have problems. Problem we have more than 1173 million customers. But if you look at the urban-rural divide, while we have urban customers for 100 population, we have 133 connections. In rural, we have just 57. So we still need to cover a lot of gap in the. If you look at the internet part, the situation is still worse. Uh, while urban India has 108 per 100 population, rural it is just 40. So 60% of our population is yet to be connected in terms of rural population is yet to be connected in terms of this thing. So what can be done? Of course, we have problems. What are the barriers? Barriers could be geographical barriers, the sparsely populated areas, lack of basic infrastructure, um, low level of investment, and the urban markets are always lucrative. So can Wi-Fi solve this problem? As we have seen that globally, the Wi-Fi technology is growing up well. In terms of global public Wi-Fi hotspots, I think from 189 million hotspots in 2018, the projection is for 628 million Wi-Fi hotspots. And the speeds are also increasing. I mean, the other part is as we are moving from 4G to 5G and now coming 6G in 2030, I think Wi-Fi is also keeping a good pace, and the average Wi-Fi speeds are increasing. Wi-Fi 6 and now upcoming Wi-Fi 7 will solve a lot of throughput problems. And in terms of adoption of Wi-Fi 6, 11% of the public Wi-Fi hotspots are now on Wi-Fi 6. The average speed has grown by 3.4 times. And the network devices, at home, we all know that we all network to the Wi-Fi. So Wi-Fi is one of the very, very important part of the whole ecosystem. As Mr. Tiago said, I think this is a complementary system to 5G. It's not a competing system, but it's a complementary system. So given the potential of Wi-Fi, Government of India launched the PM Wani scheme. PM Money scheme, and this is basically a public Wi-Fi. In public Wi-Fi, we have two problems. Problem number one, how do you ensure security, identity? The second problem is how do you make the payments? So the PM Money platform, which was developed by, framework was designed by TRAI, but the implementation was done by us, CDOT. We designed the central registry and took care of that how the framework behaves itself in order to ensure security and the payment systems. So this is the PM Wani model, wherein the user from the app discovers the SSIDs which are offering PM Wani through a PDO. PDO can be a kirana shop, can be a small shop, can be anything. And these PDOs actually connect to the PDOA. PDOA is the aggregator, and through central registry, the whole framework is managed. So the framework, envisaged that there could be multiple app providers, multiple PDOAs, and today, if you look at I just got some of the photos what we implemented in Akola. So this is being used in the villages for various things. Like if you don't have mobile connection, if you don't have a data connection, I think you can get into the mainstream via this Wi-Fi. So in the villages, everybody, because we know our per capita income, disposable incomes in rural areas is quite less. Many people still, although the rates are so less, still in villages, many households may not afford to pay an amount of 200 or 250 rupees. So this Wi-Fi actually plays a big role for providing these kind of services. So this is PM Wani. Currently, we have close to 110 app providers, 194 PDOAs, and 181,000 hotspots. Given the size of India, it's not good, not enough. But I think there are certain challenges in implementation of Wi-Fi. Government is working on that. And we are very hopeful that soon this number will grow up. Now, I think my previous speakers touched upon what is the potential of Wi-Fi. So we talked about Wi-Fi 7. Wi-Fi 6 is a good success. Wi-Fi 6 and 6E. Wi-Fi 7 solves much more other problems, for example, of throughput, multi-link operations, and the suitable for sensitive network applications like AR, VR, 4K, which are time sensitive. The 6E market also has been expanding. And as the previous speaker spoke about 6 gigahertz spectrum, I think WRC has taken decision that some of the part of the 6 gigahertz band will be given to Wi-Fi. I think Government of India is already working. Some task force are there. I think BIF is also working on that. Soon, some decision from the government should come on the Wi-Fi 6. So Wi-Fi 6E, I mean 6 gigahertz spectrum, so that 6C devices could also operate in India. Other trends are, global federation. Tiago talked about open roaming. Yes, it is very, very important, and a lot of work is happening on that. The second, the area is convergence of Wi-Fi and 5G. I think in terms of private 5G network and others, Mr. Tiago talked about it. So convergence of Wi-Fi and 5G will be another area. Wi-Fi sensing and positioning. I think many applications will come on Wi-Fi's positioning and sensing. We also have use of Wi-Fi in the connected autonomous driving vehicles. So what is next? The 802.11 working group, we have group on ultra high reliability study group, which is mapping IMT 2030. Like Mr. Tiago showed the, how we complement the IMT 2030 plan. And use of AI/ML. I think Mr. Kadri was also talking about AI/ML. How do you use AI/ML for energy consumption, for better utilization of resources, better network performance? So AI/ML is heavily being used even in now 5G, and going forward in 6G, it will be in a much bigger way it will be used. So how we can use AI and ML to improve the performance. These are the groups which is working on ultra high and AI/ML and sensing. So these are the groups which are working. I think Mr. Tiago mentioned about them. So many organizations are working on UHR use cases. Sony, NTT, Meta, LG Electronics, and I'm sure with such big organizations working on this, many use cases will emerge out of UHR. So now, coming from CDOT, let me see what CDOT is. CDOT is the Telecom and Security Development Organization of Government of India. We work in these areas. We are present in Wi-Fi space. We design all kind of hotspots 4, 5, 6, and quite of them have been deployed in the network. These are our Wi-Fi hotspots which we have deployed, 4, 5, and 6. 6E, once the 6 gigahertz spectrum comes, 6E also will be relevant here. These are our wireless equipment. We have been very instrumental in putting our Wi-Fi hotspots into PM1E framework, and these are all indigenous design, so that the local ecosystem also actually progresses well. These are our solar Wi-Fi and long distance Wi-Fi. How do you use the P2P mechanism of Wi-Fi technology so that the Wi-Fi can be extended for a longer range? This has been implemented in certain villages. If there is nothing in that particular village, using a P2P link of 5 gigahertz, we have been able to provide the Wi-Fi services in these areas. This is one very important use case of Wi-Fi where fiber is not reaching. I think you can set up a P2P link. We have tested it up to 8 kilometers very nicely. It works. This was implemented in UP and Maharashtra. I think many other companies are also providing it, these P2P links. The P2P links are very easy to configure, very easy to install, and you can drop bandwidth up to 1 G per second. So we have tested up to 800, 900. But as the distance increases, the bandwidth drops. But still, it is a good use case of extending the bandwidth very quickly through the Wi-Fi. This is satellite Wi-Fi, which we have been using in remote areas. You put up a satellite terminal, and using the satellite bandwidth, you can connect up to 100 meters, provide voice, data, and calls, and some entertainment services. We have been working with the WBA in group P2061, 2872. This is for interoperable and secure Wi-Fi. I mean, the PM1 framework, we want to take it forward. We have been working with WBA in Wi-Fi sensing, Wi-Fi rural Wi-Fi project, and TSDSI. So thank you so much. I think 1 minute is still remaining. I had to rush. So any questions? I have 1 minute, my time. So these are the, I think I see that I think there's a lot of potential for country like India, because 5G although gives great speed, I think 5G and Wi-Fi together can complement in a great way, because the statistics show at home, 80% of the, customers are at home and they are not mobile. So while you are not mobile, Wi-Fi can complement in a big way, so that the spectrum is released to people who are, mobile, and the bandwidth can be conserved, the call drops can be reduced. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Upadhyaya. So we'll move on the agenda, and the next speaker will be Mark Kisher from Cisco, and we'll talk about 6 gigahertz and open roaming. So welcome, Mark.
There we go. Good morning. I'd like to thank Tiago, the Wireless Broadband Alliance, for the opportunity, the privilege, the honor of speaking with you all here this morning. My topic this morning, why 6 gig in open roaming and why now? This really reflects on a lot of the work that I've been doing here in Asia Pacific over the last few years. And I'd like to have the conversation in the context of the themes really that you will be going through today, namely connecting India, the expansion of 5G coverage and capacity, and next generation Wi-Fi. And I thought a good place to start within the context of that would be to reflect on the remarkable work that service providers here in India have done with the 5G rollout. In fact, over the last 12 months, going by the Speed Test Global Index, India has basically jumped forward 72 places. Leaping forward in September of 2022, the average download speed was just shy of 14 megabits. And in August of last year, that jumped all the way up to just shy of 50 megabits. So a phenomenal jump, and a lot of that comes off the back of the work of the 5G network. 5G, of course, as we know, is excellent for wide area coverage and capacity. But the important thing to recognize here is, and this has been echoed already this morning, there will never be one technology that solves every use case and every problem. Case in point, so if we look specifically at the mobile broadband speeds, and so obviously here we're focusing much more on the 5G performance, again, from the average speed over the last 12 months, that has jumped up now to just shy of 100 megabits on the downlink side, but it's an order of magnitude less on the uplink side. Conversely, when we look at fixed broadband, and as Tiago already said, that typically then is going to be accessed through Wi-Fi within the indoor context. The uplink and downlink is much more in parallel. So looking on the average of, let's call it 54 megabits up and downlink. What does that mean in terms of the use case, in terms of what I am doing on that network? Well, it's the question of, am I purely consuming content, or is my application one in which that I am both a consumer and a producer? But even that is still only telling part of the story, because of course, this is the average, and India is a very, very large country. So let's take a look at the disparity just within 2 cities within India. And so if I start with Delhi, here we are, right? What do we see here? Actually, phenomenal performance, looking at just over 100 megabits as the average download speed for mobile. Again, looking at an order of magnitude difference for the uplink. And then similarly, we're seeing, let's call it about 80 meg on average up and down. But if I then go to Mumbai, still really good speeds, but a definite drop in the performance. And that disparity will only continue to get worse as you look at other cities regional areas, as we just heard, getting out to remote areas. Sometimes there's no connectivity at all. Now, to be clear, I don't view this as an India-specific phenomenon. If I look back home in Australia, we will see very, very similar disparities, starting with Sydney and Melbourne, going out to the other capital cities, going out to the other regional cities, the regional towns, regional Australia. That disparity will continue to grow. One thing that is constant, however, is the increased demand for bandwidth and for broadband connectivity. And so what we're looking at here is basically the increased demand for broadband over time. And the interesting piece to note is that Asia Pacific has always been a very key and major driver of that growth. And we see that continuing in the future as well. And the interesting piece there is that growth of the bandwidth utilization and demand ties directly to the economic growth that we see projected for Asia Pacific as well. So the point here is, how do I maintain and support that growth? And the answer is, we need to ensure that all technologies will continue to grow equally. We can't allow any one technology to become the bottleneck, which will hold back basically everything. So we need to look not just at a single technology and look at how do I make that successful, but I need to do it across the board. I need to do 5G. I need to do Wi-Fi. I need to look at what I'm doing for my fixed broadband and fiber optic technologies and satellite technologies. And this, of course, takes us to the conversation of 6 gigahertz and looking at how we can continue to grow and make more bandwidth available. Now, the work of opening up 6 gigahertz for unlicensed use actually goes back almost 10 years now. The work started in the Wi-Fi industry as we were looking at where we were going to get more room to grow. From a 5G perspective, there's lots of other spectrum that is out there that they can take advantage of. But for Wi-Fi, it's basically 6 gig or bust. This is the only place that we have room to grow. So things really kicked off in April 2020 when the FCC in the US opened up the full 1200 megahertz in our part of the world. Then that takes us to South Korea, which was the first country in Asia Pacific to open up the full 1200 megahertz. But then things really slowed down due to COVID. And so what we ended up finding was nothing really much happens until we get to January 2022, when Malaysia starts opening up the bottom 500 megahertz, quickly followed by Australia, Japan, Hong Kong, and New Zealand. And then this year, we've had Thailand, Singapore, and Taiwan. But all of those countries, as distinct from South Korea, have only opened the bottom 500, taking a two-phase approach, taking a wait-and-see look for what to do with the upper 700, in particular, waiting to see the outcome for WRC 23 at the end of last year. And then to sort of add to the interesting context, of course, just a few weeks ago, we had the Wi-Fi Alliance start the certification for Wi-Fi 7. The interesting thing about Wi-Fi 7 as compared to Wi-Fi 6E is Wi-Fi 6E and 802.11ax, the underlying standard, that was designed really just looking at how can we enable Wi-Fi in the 6 gig band. So Wi-Fi 6E being the extension of Wi-Fi 6 into 6 gig. Wi-Fi 7 was really designed a little bit differently. This was looking at, now that I'm going to have 6 gigahertz, I'm going to have an entirely new block of spectrum in addition to my large block of spectrum for 5 gigahertz. What can I do differently that I have not been able to do before? That's when we start to see the introduction of technologies like multi-link operation, saying, hey, now I can actually have both my 5 gigahertz and my 6 gigahertz radios in active use simultaneously. And we start to see over the next few years what that is going to open up for us. But the key point here is that we need to be looking at how we maintain that growth and what we can do specifically in the Wi-Fi context. Now, part of the challenge that I find in this from the regulatory perspective is doing a broad a spectrum auction is in some ways an easy decision, not to downplay the amount of work that goes in behind it, but it's an easy decision in the sense that a spectrum auction is going to bring in direct revenue for a country. So it's kind of an easy decision to make from that perspective. But if we're looking at opening up spectrum for unlicensed use, it's not as easily apparent as to what the benefit is going to be. And that was kind of to the crux of why the Wi-Fi Alliance did that study looking at the economic benefit of Wi-Fi. And ultimately what they saw in 2021, that the economic value of Wi-Fi was in excess of $3 trillion at the global level. And looking forward, with the advent of 6 gig allowing the expansion of Wi-Fi, the projection is that that will grow to close to $5 trillion by next year. And so the point of this is, yes, doing a spectrum auction provides really that short-term cash infusion, but making spectrum unlicensed, that is a much more longer-term strategy, which is looking at broader and larger economic growth for a country. Adds to the fact that Wi-Fi benefits even mobile broadband by itself, given that over 60% of all mobile broadband traffic is typically offloaded to Wi-Fi. And in fact, we see that the vast majority of all internet traffic typically traverses a Wi-Fi link. So you think about all this and the benefits of Wi-Fi. And I've been in this industry for coming on 25 years, which actually is kind of scary to say out loud to all of you here. But in that time, the thing that has continued to amaze me is how successful Wi-Fi has been, despite how little bandwidth, how little spectrum we've had to make it work. We've had just 3 channels in the 2.4 gig band, 500 megahertz in the 5 gig band. And I would argue the reason for that success is because it's an unlicensed spectrum. What that means is anyone, anytime, anywhere can create a wireless network for whatever purpose they need. That is what enables and drives innovation, and that is what enables that economic growth that we're seeing. That is the value of countries opening up spectrum for unlicensed use. And this actually goes directly to why the FCC made the decision they made to open up the full 1200 megahertz. As they noted, that unlicensed devices have been indispensable for providing low-cost wireless connectivity. Now, if we look at opening up the 6 gig band, right, and the value and benefit that that will provide, there's a couple things to consider in here. So first and foremost is 6 gig has not been lying empty waiting for us to show up. There are incumbents in this band, typically satellite providers, microwave links. In Japan, we also have some of the broadcast networks operating there. And so any country that's looking at making use of the upper part of this spectrum for IMT now is stuck with the problem of how do I relocate those incumbents? The other alternative, of course, is how do I repurpose other spectrum that I have available? How do I start making the process of deprecating older legacy technologies like 2G and 3G and repurposing that spectrum for the 5G growth that's required? And if we start looking forward, looking at what's happening in the 6G space, they're already looking at new spectrum to make available, particularly in the centimeter wave band. But again, as I said, for Wi-Fi, it's 6 gig or bust. So why does that matter then, whether or not we just get the bottom 500 or why we get the upper part? Well, the first piece is, how do we make effective use of that spectrum? And again, this goes to Canada's decision to open up the full 1200 megahertz as they realize that spectrum sharing techniques, given that spectrum is a limited resource, the question is, how do I do more with less? And so technologies like automated frequency coordination will allow us to do spectrum sharing. So I don't need to relocate those incumbents. I look instead at how I allow unlicensed technologies like Wi-Fi to share that spectrum without impacting those incumbent networks. Okay, so let's say I do that, but now I'm saying, but really, why do you need the 1200 megahertz? What would be so bad if we just gave you the bottom 500, which is effectively double what you have in 5 gig now? Well, to answer that question, we need to look at how do we actually deploy wireless networks and how do we deploy them at scale? So I'm not talking about the Wi-Fi that you have in the home. I'm talking about high density, high capacity Wi-Fi that's going to be in a hospital, an airport, a hotel, in an office building, in a shopping center. The way we do this is what we call a 7-channel plan. I need 7 non-overlapping channels in order to ensure that none of my cells interfere with each other so that I can maintain that high throughput and that high capacity. So what's the problem? Well, as we already know from 5 gigahertz, where I have 500 megahertz available, that limits me. So the typical Wi-Fi channel is 20 megahertz. Wi-Fi 4 allowed us to double that and create 40 megahertz channels. Wi-Fi 5 allowed me to do 80 megahertz channels. Wi-Fi 6 now gives me 160. And now with Wi-Fi 7, we're talking about 320 megahertz channels. The problem is with only 500 megahertz, I can't do anything more than 40 megahertz because of that 7-channel plan constraint. So any country that's saying, nope, we're just going to do the bottom 500 megahertz for 6 gigahertz, what you are effectively saying is we will not be allowing in high density channels greater than 40 megahertz. Now, as Tiago pointed out this morning, the WRC is kind of playing both sides and no real decision was made at the global level in terms of the upper 700 really being left to the countries. And so countries may then say, okay, let's open that up. But one of the other things that came out in WRC 23 is people are still saying, hey, maybe we just say the upper 100 megahertz. We'll leave that for IMT. Well, again, what we're saying there is countries that do that are saying, okay, we'll have 80 megahertz channels, but we won't have 160 megahertz channels. So my point here is there are real world implications of the decisions that are going to be made now in terms of spectrum availability and what becomes unlicensed that will have long-term ramifications. And I would argue some of the use cases right here in India are critical to why this is such an important decision. So if we look at the large-scale campus environments that we have for all the different high-tech industries that we have here in India, and I'm not just talking about international companies like Cisco. I was just at the HCL campus in Noida yesterday. All of those large IT service providers have huge campuses with huge number of staff and employees that are operating in those sites. They are all embarking on a wireless first strategy, and they are all struggling with how they are going to have the capacity to support all of those employees in these high density environments and support the growth that we know is coming in terms of the bandwidth demand. So hopefully this year, when India at least takes that 2-phase approach and opens up the bottom 500 megahertz, that will give a lot of room to those companies adding in the 6 gigahertz radio. But if we look again at the longer term growth, they really are going to need those 80 and 160 meg channels. Now, it's not just about the use cases of what they are doing today. We're also very focused on the next generation applications that's going to drive that growth. So here we're talking about things like augmented and virtual and mixed reality. Again, the problem is I need to be able to do this at scale. These technologies require very low latency in order to allow the seamlessness of the motion as you're wearing the headset and seeing the video traverse. It's not just about the bandwidth, it is that low latency. The way that I get low latency, wider channels, means that all the different clients sharing the spectrum get on and off the air that much more quickly, again, allowing me to drop latency across the whole. And so how do I deliver this at scale across large sites? How do I enable every operating theater in a hospital to support things like augmented reality assisted surgery? How do I enable the wide scale training of staff dealing with maybe hazardous scenarios like a police scenario, dealing with hazardous equipment? How do we enable at scale the use of virtual reality in order to do controlling of heavy machinery in hazardous environments? These are all the emerging applications that we need to consider how we're going to be able to support them. And so my thesis there is the way we do that is by ensuring that all the different technologies have room to grow equally. But part two then is how do I make those technologies work better together? And that is now the theme around seamless mobility. Now, today we do have that sense of seamless mobility, but it really is tied more to homogeneous roaming. So when I got here to Delhi, I go to the Cisco office in Delhi. All my devices connect to the Wi-Fi in the office, no different to when I go to the office in Sydney. And that's basically because Cisco IT controls that access. Similarly, when I landed at Delhi Airport Sunday night and took my phone out of airplane mode, right, that my phone just automatically connected to the local service providers because my Telstra SIM identity, we have peering agreements between the different service providers. Now, that particular scenario, I would argue the technology side of that is probably a lot simpler than the legal side of getting all those agreements between service providers all around the world. But the scale of that problem is still small, on the order of less than 700 networks we're talking about. Big number, but still relatively small as compared when I look at enabling heterogeneous roaming, looking at 5G into Wi-Fi and all the different Wi-Fi networks around the world. Now the scale is a very, very different prospect. Now we're looking on the order of 500 billion networks that I need to be able to roam between. How do I solve the complexity of that challenge, of that problem? Well, let's take a step back. Why is there a problem even in the first place? Right? And we've made some stabs at how do I address this problem. Technologies like Passpoint and Hotspot 2.0 allow me to take my SIM identity, my service provider identity, which is great in any device that has mobile broadband connectivity, not so great in all my devices that are Wi-Fi only. And so we've also tried to solve the problem at the pure Wi-Fi guest access solution. But how many of you joined the hotel Wi-Fi here? Not to knock on the Wi-Fi here at the Lalit, but what do you need to do? You got to go into settings. You've got to go find the SSID to join. Click on that. Have the web authentication pop up. For the non-resident, I had to put in my mobile number, get us one-time password sent to me by SMS, put that in. The friction that that creates is quite substantial. And that's looking at people that are tech savvy and able to take care of that. The vast majority of people, they just give up. They can't make that work. And the problem comes to the fact that we've coupled access and identity. The reason I don't have a problem at a Cisco office is because Cisco controls both the access and the identity in the office. They know who Mark Krischer is. When I go to the airport and take my phone off airplane mode, right, the service provider knows my identity through the peering agreements with Telstra. But if I try to join Wi-Fi in the airport has no idea who Mark Krischer is. But who does? Qantas. I'm about to get on a Qantas flight tonight. I'm a Qantas frequent flyer. If we decouple access from identity, this is how we actually are able to solve this problem, do it at scale, and do it securely. So it's not open guest Wi-Fi. It is enterprise-grade secure guest Wi-Fi. This is the problem open roaming really is all about solving, that I have other identities, multiple identities that I can use to get onto any access network. And so to that point, I really need to give kudos to the Wireless Broadband Alliance for the work that they have done to expand and grow this federated identity in terms of open roaming. Couple examples here, just a few, but what I really wanted to show with this is the breadth of the different types of companies and organizations and even countries that are getting involved with open roaming across a wide range of vertical markets as well. And so I would argue, looking at these pieces, this is how we connect not just India, but all of Asia Pacific, and in fact, all of the world. We do so through the expansion of coverage and capacity, not just with 5G, but with next generation Wi-Fi as well. And we do it in a way that enables seamless mobility. That is why 6 gigahertz and why open roaming and why now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, so moving on the agenda, so I would like to invite my good friend TV, so this president of the Broadband Indian Forum. So Mr. TV, please come on stage.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Coming after so many distinguished experts who have talked to you about various aspects of Wi-Fi, open roaming, Wi-Fi 6, Wi-Fi 7, 6E, I feel most diffident. In fact, like the finance minister would say tomorrow, I rest to speak with a lot of diffidence because I'm not a technologist. I am a generalist. And I'm going to talk to you about certain aspects of Wi-Fi, which is a passion with me. And it's okay, particularly in the context of India, but I think lots of it would hold good everywhere. And the topic which I would like to have for this is Wi-Fi innovation, connecting our digital world. It's the role of next generation Wi-Fi and affordable broadband access for India. First of all, today, Wi-Fi is a given thing. We don't have to talk about it. It's pretty commonplace. Wherever you go, what do you look for? First, Wi-Fi. When I come here, first, the Wi-Fi password is given to me. Anywhere you go, you look for Wi-Fi because you want to be always digital. And that's not just for one purpose, whether it is education, whether it is work, whether it is entertainment, everything is going digital, and digital is Wi-Fi. How many of you realize that today Wi-Fi continues year after year to be about 50% of the world's data traffic? 50%, the largest jump. And Wi-Fi is commonplace everywhere where you have a fiber terminator. Whether at home, in the hotel, in a hospital, everywhere, one FTTX connection is a multiple Wi-Fi connection. And that means you're connecting so many people on digital. That's the all-pervasiveness of Wi-Fi, the ubiquity of Wi-Fi. And like I said, I hope you're not doing it, please. Like I said, year after year, 2018, Wi-Fi 49% of the traffic, cellular 22%, fixed at 29%. See, we all are so much on to mobile. Even in India, even a rag picker would have a mobile. So you think mobile would be the largest data carrier? No. It's mostly voice there, and data on cellular is still, it was 22% in 2018. Even today, it's only 22%. Fixed was 29% in 2018. It's about 26% now. So that's also there. So what is climbing? It's only Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is carrying 52% of the data, 54% of the data today. Some predicting that it will be 52%. I honestly wouldn't take a bet on that. I would say probably it's going to be even higher than 54%, because you're going to see more of 5G, more of 6G probably coming on slowly by 2030. And that is going to lead to a more data upsurge on Wi-Fi. And I'll tell you why a little later. Please don't run it. Please don't, Debu. It's not moving now. It's not moving. No. I said, well, then, okay, go back to where I was. Yeah, so what we are saying is Wi-Fi is going to remain the predominant consumer of technology, of data in the world. Next, please. And today in India, particularly, we are still on Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 4, Wi-Fi 5, like Mark said. We are still a little on that only. But today the world is on Wi-Fi 5, Wi-Fi 6, and going on to 6E, 6, 7, 8. And as we all saw even in the earlier slide, 70 to 80% of the data traffic is consumed not while you're moving around, but when you're moving around within buildings, static within buildings, in campuses. So it's all indoors, 70 to 80%. In some cases, it goes up to even 90, 95%. So that is the extent of IP traffic carried by Wi-Fi, whether it is for retail purpose in a mall, whether it is in an enterprise like Cisco or AIMS hospitals, whether it is in the fields for massive IoT, for AR, VR, everywhere, the data consumption is most heavy indoors at 70 to 80%, and that's clocking year after year even now. Next, please. We spoke of 5G. 5G, we're all very excited. India has done great things on 5G. The world's fastest rollout of 5G. In such a large country, such a large geography, that's not easy. It's a big challenge. The operators have done it. "5G was rolled out in 12 months to over 700 districts. And some of our districts are like states in Europe. 700 districts and 7,000 or 6,000 towns. So that's the extent of 5G rollout. And we have now got about 130 million subscribers. Okay, total subscribers in India, mobile subscribers, still about 1,200 million, 1,170 million. So 130 million is just about 10%, 10, 11%. So 5G is gone everywhere. Yes, adoption is a bit slow. It's taking time to pick up. Because 4G is doing its job. India has had 4G for a long time, from 2016. It came in with a bang. 4G was the first taste of mobile broadband in India. It had no broadband, almost zero. And everybody could taste a little bit of broadband only thanks to mobile 4G LTE. And that seems to satisfy most of the requirement even today. It's doing a great job. It's the biggest success story after 2G. Not 3G, but 4G. So that is there. However, 4G and 5G, 4G, 3G, all these have been on lower bands. As we go to 5G and then to 6G, we are moving to higher and higher frequencies, because you need the higher frequencies to carry the data. The data carrying capacity is going to be there in the higher frequency. So people even talk of millimetric waves for 5G, 26 gigahertz, 28 gigahertz, and the common one is 3.5, 3.6 gigahertz. So it's a high frequency. Now, there is a huge challenge with high frequency. Penetration into building. Coverage power. The higher the frequency, the lower the coverage power in terms of penetration into buildings. Before me, a speaker was saying 5G in Delhi, 100 Mbps. Why 100 Mbps? I got even 250 Mbps on my phone. I'm on 5G, Airtel 5G, 250 Mbps. But when I come into the building, it drops even down to 30 Mbps on my upload, hardly 1, 2. So, and it keeps varying all the time, because that is the characteristic of RF engineering. While I'm not a technologist, I know enough physics that tells me that RF waves will behave like that. They are subject to a lot of variables. Number of subscribers logging at the time, distance from the tower, thickness of the walls, the foliage, the thickness of the foliage. Those variabilities are there. And you have to reckon with that throughout, whether it is a 2G, 3G, 4G, or 6G. Higher you go, worse it is. So in that scenario, we are getting very good service, but it will be variable. and it is more suited for mobile. So that is a challenge when you go to higher and higher frequencies, 5G, 6G, and bear in mind that more and more you're going to see that consumption is in building 70 to 80%, rising to 90%. Because like Mark showed, we've got beautiful applications like AR, VR coming on, remote surgery, all of those are going to demand that degree of low latency and high quality. Next, please. So what do we see here? I talked about going to higher frequencies, cellular, and the challenges that arise. Concurrently, you see that 2G to 3G to 4G to 5G, how your Wi-Fi consumption is increasing. At 2G, it was only about 30% of the traffic was carried by Wi-Fi. Latency and capacity, speeds, bandwidth, etc. So that sort of thing is demanding and taking 59% of the data, Wi-Fi traffic. 5G, it's going to be 71%. It's already so. So that's a way inevitably the world is going and the technology is going. Next, please. Well, that is happening. And I think Dr. R.K. Upadhyaya showed that worldwide, you got 628 million public Wi-Fi hotspots. Mark you, I am not talking of private Wi-Fi. Every service provider will have his private Wi-Fi at the end at a subscriber premise, but that's only for his subscribers, not for the general public. And public Wi-Fi hotspots, 628 million lot as of now in 2023. And let us look at some, that's a total, but how do China and US compare? I'm taking China and US because fairly large geographies, large population. China's closest in population to us and very large geography. US, very large geography. Okay, population only 1/3 or 1/4 of ours. So these are the two closest comparables in terms of coverage and requirements of communication. And there you see US compared to India, 50 times higher availability of public Wi-Fi hotspots. You look at China, it is 75 times. 75 times. And India, how many hotspots does it have? It is 0.4 million. 0.4 million out of 628 million, ladies and gentlemen. So the sky is the limit now for growth. If inevitably we are going to see the growth like we see, rise in growth with data traffic, all the opportunities here in India for penetration, but particularly with government so fixed on having more of Wi-Fi, more of affordability. Next, please. Some more things on why we need more of public Wi-Fi in India. I'm not going to go into characteristics, we know that. But one thing I can tell you, in India, 4G came in with a bang in 2016, and it came with crashed data prices, somewhat unrealistic, unsustainable data tariffs, which helped it take off. That's a promotional feature. And as you all know, free data was offered for a long time. Then people are charging, and now it's climbing steadily. Last 3-4 years, data charges have gone up by at least 40% here in India. It's no longer one of the lowest. It is, yes, very, very low, but it has to keep going up further for operators to have sustainability, financial sustainability. That's imperative. In that scenario, the differential between Wi-Fi data cost and cellular data cost, mobile data cost, is getting wider day by day. That is a big incentive for you to use Wi-Fi, even if a mobile network is good and reliable inside a building. Even if it's not so, but even then it is a very good case for using Wi-Fi. And India is a very price-sensitive market. If you can make it succeed in India at the prices, then you'll succeed anywhere in the world. That sort of price sensitivity is here in India. Affordability of the people is lower. So we need to consider public Wi-Fi hotspots for affordability, which is one of the highest priorities of the government. But apart from that, in the case of 4G, what we should also recognize is, while our experience is very good, we get very high speeds. Our speeds in India of 4G, with which the consumer is satisfied, is half or 1/3 of the world's global norm. It's only half or 1/3. So if we can just come up to global norm on 4G speed, things will be even better for the consumer. And why is it not happening? Why are we not doing it? Not because of anything else, because Wi-Fi is not adequate. We don't have adequate penetration of public Wi-Fi. So what happens when, the previous speaker said, you have to offload mobile data traffic onto Wi-Fi to make mobile perform better for improved QoS. They are both complementary. It's a symbiotic relationship. One is not competition with the other. It is wrong of anybody to consider it that way. You have to grow together because both are needed. And by having more public Wi-Fi, more general offload of data, you're going to make your mobile quality more reliable. Oh, thank you. QoS will be more reliable. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. Just I'll take a couple of minutes more. I'm sorry. So Wi-Fi remains the most cost-effective means of data communication and also needed to improve the quality of mobile broadband. Next, please. Oh, speaker not there. Okay, I'll take a liberty with that. Like I said, India average 4G speeds much lower. And India is on Wi-Fi 5, which is also using highly congested 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. I think Mark showed that India has got very little spectrum, 689, compared to what the worlds have. I would reckon that the world average is at least 14 gigahertz. We don't even have 1 gigahertz. With the advent of 5G, we need much higher speeds and faster capacity. And with 5G FWA, as you all know, 5G world over is finding that there is no unique selling proposition. For the retail customer, there are no real benefits compared to good 4G. It's a tremendous lot of benefits for enterprise, for special applications, but not for common consumer. So in that scenario, one of the use cases that is now being talked of with great hope is 5G FWA, fixed wireless access. But you must bear in mind that fixed wireless access cannot work without a powerful Wi-Fi. The 5G can carry the waves in the network, but when it comes to the building, like I said earlier, it can't penetrate and give you reliable quality internally. For that, you need to have upgraded modern Wi-Fi. India is on obsolescent Wi-Fi today. My harsh words, but I believe in that. I think we need to have modern Wi-Fi, which is based on 6E and 7, And we are very proud that one of our companies has been one of the first exporters of Wi-Fi 7 chips. Present here, I think he's speaking in a session also of HFCL. So we are very proud of that. But we need to get on to that in India. Both Wi-Fi 6E and 7, we need to have 6 GHz spectrum. The lower half, I think about 60 countries in the world are already using it for Wi-Fi. Why not India? I think we need it desperately more than other countries actually. So we need the support of adequate modern Wi-Fi. Next, please. As India increases in fiberization, India has got, apart from low Wi-Fi, it's also got a low level of fiberization. Tower fiberization is only at about 35–40%. It has to be about 80% plus for 5G and 6G. And Bharat, BSNL has already found that even at this level of what we have of Wi-Fi and data consumption, fiber-based data consumption is running at about 190 GB per month, effectively 10 times higher than that 18 GB per thing which was shown by a previous speaker, which is there on mobile. So you're going to have skyrocketing data consumption thanks to fixed broadband and Wi-Fi. And that Wi-Fi has to be a modern Wi-Fi. Indoor data consumption will rise several fold. And therefore, 5G and 6G, for 6G, India is committed. We already have got huge commitments. Our 6G vision has been accepted by ITU. We've got very high-powered teams working on it, academic teams. So I think we'll be there in 2030 with 6G. So they demand Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi 6E immediately. Next, please. These are the next generation technologies, their advantages. Other people have spoken about it. I just want to talk about one thing, which others have probably not mentioned: energy savings, sustainability. Compared to IMT, it has been shown very clearly by tests that if you use Wi-Fi, the whole band of 1200 megahertz of Wi-Fi, 6 gigahertz, you can make 16% saving in energy, 16%. And that's a big thing, what we should do for our future generation. We need to ensure that. And that is compared to only lower band. I'm assuming that the lower band is given, on top of that, if you give a full band, we can make 16%. Just imagine for India, which has not even got the lower band yet, how much more would be the savings than 16%? Next, please. So, this is my concluding slide. My key takeaways, ladies and gentlemen, is that one, we need next-gen technologies, Wi-Fi 6E and Wi-Fi 7. And Wi-Fi 6E means 6 gigahertz spectrum. They go together. We need that to achieve affordable broadband for all our rural and unconnected citizens who are, like I said, at least 40%. 40%. It's actually more than 40% because when we talk connections, they are not unique subscribers. There is a more than 50%, I'm sure, are unconnected. Enable data offload to improve mobile quality, facilitate next-gen services like AR, HR, VR, advanced healthcare, robotics, assist environmental sustainability, and help contribute at least $131 billion to GDP. This was a study done in India by an Indian management team, and they showed that if we can do that, we can get at least 131 billion. So, ladies and gentlemen, my humble submission to all of you is that India desperately needs modern Wi-Fi 6E and 7, and that is as early as possible now. Thank you.
Thank you, TV. So we have one more presentation before the coffee break. So I would like to invite Mr. Anindya Chakraborty, Senior Vice Senior Vice President of R&D and Product Line at Record Networks, and he's going to talk about AI for the enterprise and Wi-Fi. In India, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege and an honor to present here in the stage of, and thanks, Diego, for making us present here in the Wireless Global Congress. Very excited to talk about this topic, that how artificial intelligence is impacting the enterprise network, especially with a special focus on wireless. Before I get started on my presentation, by the way, quick introduction, I run global R&D and product management for Ruckus Networks worldwide. And before I get started on this topic, I will invite you to think about a scenario. If you took a trip to our beautiful city of San Francisco and hailed a cab, most likely you will, a driverless cab will show up in your doorstep. And you will, with some trepidation, step into the car with no driver sitting in the driver's side, feel a little uncomfortable about it, and then you will be on your way, and most likely, in spite of the crazy traffic within San Francisco, you will reach your destination safely. Every day in our life, we are giving up a piece of our, what we call control to AI, either willingly or unwillingly. That's what is happening today. Yet, if you run a network, you most likely will be cringing doing that for your network today. Not because AI is something you are not familiar with or you are ignorant about, but the products and the way the products operate are not quite there. But that's all it's changing. Soon you will find that AI is taking some of that autonomy, like you did when you boarded the cab in San Francisco, away from you, and you will be feeling comfortable about it. And today my talk is mostly about how we are investing, especially using Ruckus as an example, AI to transform that. So let's see where networks are going. Next slide. So speakers becoming mission critical. There is no, surprise in it. We are only talking about, video calls and live meetings today, but soon people are starting to talk about doing a surgeon doing a surgery on someone using networks, right? It doesn't get any more mission critical than that. And the fundamental behavior and the reliance of the network, especially the wireless network, has changed since COVID, because people have learned to work in a different way. And now they want to bring that back in a high-density work environment and exactly have the same feeling like they were sitting in their private room in a home during the COVID time, because that's how we have gotten used to working. So the demand on the network has changed in a drastic fashion. Yet, if you look at the IT staff, it's getting leaner. And the the people who can run this complex network, the training of this IT staff has gotten slimmer. And but at the same time, the users are actually demanding a very credible network. If I can have that side a little more quieter, it gets disturbing speaking. It's that everybody is demanding a certain amount of performance and SLA and all that. And that's, today is probably the worst time to be an IT admin because of the complexity that is happening in the network. At the same time, generative AI is taking center stage. Next slide. Every so often, we come across an innovation that is either an aspect ratio innovation or a cost-related innovation that completely changes the game. And why does that happen? We saw that happen in smartphone when half of your smartphone keyboard got wiped out in a full screen, and we have now the phenomena that we all experience. Similar situation is happening with AI. The cost of training the large language model has been plummeting thanks to all the innovations in hardware and software that companies like NVIDIA and various other cloud providers like Google, AWS, Azure are doing. So now you get to access these techniques in a public manner, in a very cost-effective manner to do a bunch of things that you couldn't do before. Most of these algorithms have been there forever, but the cost of running them efficiently and getting results out of these has really been plummeting. As a result, you see this phenomena, what I call the AI-driven, AI driving the purpose-driven solutions across all spheres of our life. And networking is not going to be any different. Next slide. So if you look at this, the cost of running a GPT-3-like model has been plummeting 70% year over year. And this trend will continue all the way into 2030, which means this will become all pervasive. There's nothing, no stopping. And as a result, next slide, you see AI is making its way into network. How AI is getting deployed? It's not only just doing the day-to-day network management and automation and troubleshooting, which is, of course, the most obvious use of AI, but AI is making its way into the network design and optimization. What if analysis of what will happen if I did this in my network, or what will happen if that happened in my network? And then eventually you will see the holy grail of networking, which is the intent-based network, which is where you submit an intent to the so-called network management entity, and miraculously, it not only figures out what to do, but it continuously makes changes and provides recommendation, either gets auto-adopted or you apply it as an IT admin with some amount of carefulness that you feel comfortable in terms of control, eventually leading up to an intent that your organizational business needs will support. So this is where AI is going to change the face of how enterprise networking will work. Now, in Ruckus, we spotted this trend about 5 years ago, and we started working on it. Next slide. So we introduced, actually, we build out the whole slide. You will see the slide go up all the way. That's it. Good. So we seeded with a product which is cloud-based, uses the technologies available in the cloud using AI and ML. But it was a combination of statistical inferencing and AI and ML to start doing things like anomaly detection and troubleshooting and so on and so forth. And then we invested in a conversational way of talking to our product that a network admin can quickly get to a root cause or understand the details of the problem that might be happening in the network in a conversational way by introducing the natural language processing. Then, by the way, we continue to, it's never done, right? These models are never done. We continue to learn from what we are seeing in our customers' network, and we improve the model or introduce new capabilities in the model and keep plumbing it back into the product. We also use our trouble ticket system. As we see problems come in, we have a rigorous process through which we figure out why the AI process is not able to figure out what this problem was happening, or could we have done something to make it better. So all this is happening. And at the same time, we are adding capabilities. More recently, we added graph AI because we figured that network at the end of the day is a graph of internodal dependencies. And if you understand the deep relationship between various network elements, you are able to do certain type of activity or perform certain type of configuration, recommendation, and so on and so forth in a much more efficient fashion. By the way, doing all of these, you have to do it in a very cost-efficient manner, right? Because you're talking about millions and millions of nodes and UEs landing up. And some of the speakers were talking about the complexities of scaling this entire problem. As you scale these problems and try to solve these complex problems, the cost of running the network goes up. And the willingness to pay, though the IT staff has been thinner, has been a problem. So we have to watch the cost of doing some of these operations. And I'm sure anybody who's embarking upon doing AI for network management will have the same exact problem. Now, going forward, it's kind of down below here. Last year, toward the very end of last year, we introduced the generative AI capabilities where we use large language models and some of the learnings that we have in our internal database and internal knowledge base that's available to the customers as they are interacting with the product. They're able to make real-time queries and learn a lot about what these might mean. So this is just an example. And the more exciting technology that we are working on right now is that of digital twin. I'll talk a little bit about it. So let's go to the next slide. Here, basically, I'm just trying to make a point that, you know, we are using the various tools, and at the junction of these tools is gazillions of algorithms that are helping you do not only the traditional anomaly detection, root cause analysis, but also do a better network planning, you know, monitor things, complex things like application QoE, because there the network elements are participating in the AI process, not only all up in the cloud, because it's just a high scale problem. So this is how we see all of these morphing going forward. Next slide. Next slide. I'm just being mindful of the time. So today, Ruckus has two products. One is the AI product that runs in the cloud, and you can onboard your on-prem controllers on that product, and it will learn the behavior of the network and start making improvement and recommendation with that. And then Ruckus also has a completely cloud-based controller where the AI is integrated. So it comes alongside. So as you deploy a Ruckus Cloud managed network, you get AI inherently with it. So what we are able to do, and I'm sure all the other vendors who are working on these areas are principally working at the same set of problems, and it's relevant that we are able to surface issues that before your network melts down, right? And then in a network, especially a large network, there'll be so many incidents. We absolutely need a very sophisticated way of prioritizing what is being flagged to the network admin. So there's a lot of ML technology that goes into making sure that the right event is prioritized and brought in front of you before you tune out on thousands of little events happening in the network. Then, you know, some sort of a root cause and recommendation based on the knowledge base that I talked about. Following the trail, you might be able to spot a problem, or there are tools available which you can employ to figure out, oh, okay, I see based on this recommendation or this sort of root cause, this is what might be happening in my network. As you implement these changes, there's a before and after picture. So there's a config change analysis that you can do that, okay, I implemented this change, this configuration change, or this sort of topology change, or I upgraded some part of my network, and hence my SLAs before the change and SLAs after the change. I already talked about some of the recommendations, and I'll show you some examples of it. And then, you know, sort of precursor to the digital twin technology, the cloud RRM. I'll talk a little bit about the cloud RRM in a few slides later. So let me just skip forward. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to skip over this slide. So this is just an eye chart of the previous slide was just an eye chart of how you get to see the incidences and things like that. You must have come across this term called AI ops. And this is how the networks are morphing. Now, networks and AI ops, they're coming together. And there are really three elements of this AI ops. One is the observability. You're looking at what is happening in the network. And in this case, when I say you, the AI engine is. So it is gathering all the data, the real-time and historic data out of your network elements and various other components of networking, and continuously keeping a track of what normal means for your network. And normals can change. That can change seasonally, spatially, over certain events. So definition of normal itself is actually a little complex problem. And then it engages in terms of, informing the network admin about an incident, something like a config change analysis, like I explained, you upgraded a part of your network, what happened? If you are contemplating doing something, it provides you some clue about the risk of doing it. For example, you are about to adopt a channel width change, let's say, or you are trying to turn on a certain capability in the product. It'll tell you what may be happening if you do so, the pluses and minuses. And then the entire knowledge management, because any network provider, especially cloud-based, will be deploying features in a rapid basis. So as the features are getting deployed and you as a network admin, you are thinking whether to adopt those features or not, it will give you that knowledge base for you to make an informed decision about it. And finally, the action, which is probably the most important, and that's where the automation comes in. That you have scripts that you can engage, there are run books that you can train your team with. As a result, you can automate this entire flow, and this kind of goes over and over. So that's the AI ops that is happening in the enterprise network, and it will become more and more autonomous as people like yourselves who are running networks or in charge of networks start feeling comfortable, like you did have to get on that car which didn't have a driver. Next slide. So I promise I'll talk about AI-driven RRM. The time is a little less, so I'm going to make it short. There was a time you were running the 2.4G network. There were 3 non-overlapping bands. There were 3 real power settings, and basically the permutation combination was can be done in the back of an active. That problem, that permutation combination now is close to 1,500. Try doing that even using a complicated, sophisticated, coded algorithm. So what we found is AI is best suited in situations like that because it doesn't make any assumption. It just knows what my end goal is. My end goal is a co-channel free, interference-free network. So it'll keep iterating over it until it can reach that point. And you break the norms, right? Because you're playing with three parameters right now, channel width, and transmit power. But going forward, you'll be playing with a lot more parameters. Eventually, what you want to deliver is all this. Higher capability, time throughput, lower airtime, all of this. Essentially, your network is running spotless. This is an example of a very complex network in Eiffel Tower, before and after. It's co-channel interference free after the AI took care of it. And it keeps it that way. Every so often, it will make minor changes so that it remains out. So this is just an example of what AI will be doing in your network going forward. Next slide. Digital twins, very exciting technology. We started working on it alongside with the AI-driven RRM. But essentially, as a network admin, how nice it will be if you could tell before you actually implement and push that apply button, you can tell what will happen to your network when you did something. So that's exactly what the technology that we have inside the Ruckus AI product lets you do. You can create a digital twin. You can in-source everything. It internally creates an RF graph. Today it is limited to RF, but we are working on expanding it beyond it. And then you can run the recommendation engine. It'll come back with recommendations. You can see exactly what will happen if you apply that recommendation. Then you can automate. Sorry, the slide got mangled in some form. You can apply it automatically, or you can go one by one and apply them. And eventually, after you're done doing that, you can verify using the config change analysis that you actually got a interference-free, better working networking. So this is the start of what I call digital twin. Of course, we'll be working a lot more on it, but this is how you will see network planning coming into play as AI takes center stage. Next slide. I'm just going to skip over because my time is up. Skip over. Let's talk a little bit about Gen AI because this is the latest capability that we introduced. We used to have a chatbot where you interact with the product and it tells you a lot more about what is happening in real time in your network. But then we also introduced this ability to take all our, knowledge base and make it available in a way that it doesn't get back into the common public cloud, but in a contained manner. You can run our large language models and you can interact with the products. And now it will be able to give you a lot more knowledge-centric view of what might be happening in your network alongside with the actual metrics that's in there. So that's another innovation that we continue to work on. Let's go to the next slide. Ruckus has always been known for best in Wi-Fi. And what we are also trying to believe and we're trying to show through our work is that when you mix the best of Wi-Fi with the best of AI, you get an unprecedented experience. And if you can build out the slide for me. So what we have done is we have taken some independent entity and do some research, some analysis, competitive analysis, and we can show that the mean time to recovery in our case, using the technique that we have implemented, is phenomenal. You can see a 67% reduction in mean time to resolution. If you're an IT admin, this is music to your ears, right? Let me go to my closing slide. Let me skip over this one. This is just a go back one. Yeah. So in closing, I just wanted to kind of emphasize because I saw a lot of slides where people refer Wi-Fi 7 is as coming. Actually, Wi-Fi 7 is here. Not only in the enterprise AP, where, for example, companies like us, we've introduced a product which is selling and getting deployed in the networks, but also in the client ecosystem. The handheld phones, Pixel, Samsung, everybody is bringing Wi-Fi 7 into the market. So Wi-Fi 7 is now and here, and it is a technology that's not bound to the 6 gig alone. It is available across all the bands, and you heard all the benefits of it. Of course, the idea is to make Wi-Fi more predictable, low latency. But that, when you couple that with AI, which is what we have done, and it's available, it's shipping, you get unprecedented benefit of Wi-Fi, which is what this forum is all about. And I think we just wanted to showcase that AI, coupled with the greatness of the Wi-Fi technology, will make Wi-Fi invincible. And that's why we are here, and we love Wi-Fi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anindya. Good to know that AI and Wi-Fi 7 are here now. So the next speaker will be Shri Vivek Narayan, Data Services in the Department of Telecommunications from the Indian government. Vivek has a rich experience in the telecoms, including R&D, installation, maintenance, policy, monitoring of all different types of services, and worked as well as director for sports governments of India, and for 5 years and 3 years as Secretary National of Financial Reporting Authority. So Vivek will be with us and we'll talk about the evolution of PM Money. Vivek, welcome.
Next.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Uh, see, the data consumption is increasing in leaps and bounds, and so is the cyber security issues. Now, nobody of us, while everybody of us wants high speed data, but they take cyber security as a thing for granted. But cyber security is a very, very serious issue because as of now, the person flouting the or doing mischief or hacking or looting money may be based in one country. He would have hacked a PC of another country, and using that, he would be stealing money from a person located in a third country. So cyber laws need to be aligned for all the countries. That is one. So I am coming on cyber laws is what the core reason for PM1E. So basically, what is required is that high speed data is required and cyber security is required. All of us do care about high speed data, but we take cyber security for granted. And nothing comes for granted. Daily we read in newspapers so much bank frauds, so much cryptocurrency lost. And so basically we need a model which is secure and which provides high speed data. PM1E is just that. So basically when we take about security, we want, please go to the next slide. So basically PM1E is a framework where there is emphasis on traceable identity of the user. So when you go to airports or where you go to a hotel, you give an OTP, you register as a subscriber, you feed in your mobile number and internet access. That is the only way to ensure traceable identity. Without traceable identity, security is not there. We will not agree. We will all agree on that. So, in PM1E, there are basically 4 entities. One is that we have hotspots which are owned by the coffee shops or the tourist places, railway stations, etc. These are the hotspots. These are called public data offices. Then at the back end of these hotspots are public data office aggregator who has a number of hotspots. So there would be a number of aggregators, that is PDOs. Next slide. And there are application providers who have the PM1E application, which you can download from the Play Store, etc. And then finally, we have CDOT as the central registry, which does the certification of the PDOs and the app providers, basically to ensure that the PM1E framework, that they are working under PM1E framework. And they also keep data of the number of app providers, PDOs, and Wi-Fi hotspots, etc. It is on a mapping is there on which place the hotspot is there. All that is mapped on the in map of India. Next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah. So the basic thing is then you can ask why all this framework we simply have a Wi-Fi and you start using Wi-Fi, why there is a framework required? This framework is required to ensure traceability of the user and to have a requirement that each time you log into a network, you need not get an OTP. See, if you go to one airport, you require one OTP, then you go to second airport, you require another OTP, you go to a hotel, then you again OTP or your room login, etc. So every time you have to authenticate yourself to get an OTP. Now, if you are not authenticating yourself and getting an OTP, you are getting a free Wi-Fi password, you are in for a cyber risk, cyber security risk. So it is your choice. Yes.
And how that framework really addresses the fundamental security issue over there. It is not about user authentication so that you can track the users day and night, but it is more, are you able to deliver a secure pipe to the user so that your users are not going to get exposed to this kind of all kind of honeypot and then the cyber attacks and everything else? The fundamental issue is not being addressed within your framework. What are you going to do and what is your plan for it?
There are certain security guidelines which are included in the framework. If you want, we can share it with you. We have those guidelines.
Okay, is your guideline over your
The guidelines include security aspects and what all precautions have to be taken by the various entities are included in the framework.
Well, as I understand over there, your public aspects over there.
So
does the user authentication does not necessarily mean that the link over there is encrypted so that nobody can intercept the data and then just just
let me
That's what I'm trying to understand.
Let me complete my presentation and then I'll take this question.
Sure.
Because first let me explain the framework. But since you have asked the question, the answer is that the framework includes security guidelines as well. So basically, this is what I said, that there are a number of hotspots which are connected to the ISPs for backhaul internet, and one PDOA would have a number of hotspots, PDOs under them, and there'll be application providers who would be having PM1E app which can be downloaded from the Google Play Store, and there's a central registry, which is CDOT, which ensures two things, that the various entities are following the PM1E framework and also maintains the registry of the locations of the hotspots and number of hotspots, number of users, amount of data download, etc. Next. So the entities can register. PDO does not need any registration. It is PDOAs and app providers who need registration, which is no license fees, etc. is there. It is only you register and within 7 days you get as deemed registration. So the process is quite simple and fast. And for the PDOs and app providers, they have to be following the guidelines for FDI norms in India as for telecom. Next. So a person who, now there's a specific user where I was stressing this point, he has to download the application, PM Wani application, and then one time he has to register himself through the OTP. So but once having done that, he need not do it every time where he goes to the next PM Wani hotspot. That is the advantage in PM Wani, that authentication is only one time. Next time you go to a PM Wani hotspot, you need not have the OTP again. That is the basic difference between a normal Wi-Fi and a PM Wani Wi-Fi. That OTP, so it is the traceability. What we are ensuring through this is that there is traceability of the user and ease of doing business, so that he does not have to get OTP every time he goes to a new hotspot. This is what is the basic difference between PM Wani and any other Wi-Fi. Because traceable identity of the user is very, very vital. You agree to it or you may not agree to it, but once you unfortunately get involved in any cyber security risk, the first thing which the security agency will have to go to the security agency, and the lawful agency will say, who is the entity? Unless he catch hold of the person who committed crime on you, so it is very difficult to trace. So traceable identity of the user is very, very vital, which PM Wani does provide. Next. So this is the present status. 1,81,000 PM Wani hotspots, number of PDOs, number of app providers. Next. So these are the major public data office aggregators, and this is the rates which they are charging for one day. Next. So there are PM Wani hotspots are installed at railway stations, hospitals, airports, tourist places. Next. Now, see the data rate, the amount of data consumed per subscriber is increasing, whereas the mobile data rates have drastically come down. But as my earlier speaker very rightfully said, that this is mere 20% of the total data consumption. 80% is Wi-Fi. We all use Wi-Fi, we all use mobile data when we are on the move. When we are in office or when we are at home, we use Wi-Fi. Why do we use Wi-Fi? Because it is faster. The mobile signals do not penetrate inside the houses. And as the frequency increases, they will penetrate less and less. So, if there is, so the major use of PM Wani would be indoors, where there is high data rate consumption, and public places indoors. Next slide. So ideal places is where we have a Wi-Fi, study centers and libraries. They have, now in India there are lakhs of study centers, which are where each study center is downloading 2 to 10 terabytes per month. It is a good enough business case for PM Wani. Or places, open places, that could be an exhibition, it could be a religious festival, where there is high population density and because of that, the mobile network is congested. That is another use case for PM1E. In order to enhance the utility and the revenue case for PM1E, we need roaming among PDOAs. Unity is a strength. So if that 180,000 hotspots which we have in under PM1E framework, if there is roaming, then there is enhanced value for the user and enhanced revenue for the PDOA. Also, in many countries, I have seen on internet that Wi-Fi is free. The money comes from advertisements. Now, so that becomes a chicken egg story, because once you have lakhs and lakhs of hotspots, and then you have, so who is going to put in the capex for the large number of hotspots? But still, this 180,000 hotspots which we have as of now, supposing 5 users per day, so that gives me 9 lakh users per day. 9 lakh users or 0.9 million is a good enough size to get me advertisements. So I need a platform. I need a platform which enables roaming and which pushes advertisements. So the existing PM1E hotspots would become financially viable. There are entities in India like NanoVoice or Matricom or many, maybe some others also, who are providing roaming among PDOAs, who are pushing advertisements, but they are again having 200 or 300 hotspots. We have a platform which integrates each of the PDOAs or each of the each of the hotspots under that platform, either through intermediary platform or directly. That is where I want the entrepreneurs to help me out, and where there could be new innovation ideas, or WBA, Wireless Broadband Alliance, through their existing technologies or solutions, can help us to use these hotspots and make money out of them by roaming and pushing advertisements. There are other showcases also, wherein in rural areas, CDOT has demonstrated in a place near Nagpur, where there is content, educational content, health content, agricultural content, TV channels are being pushed through Wi-Fi. So that is another use case for PM1. Next. So now, as regards your question with regard to the cyber security, you said, see, encryption is not allowed in India by the service providers, number one, for law enforcement reasons. Number two, I don't guarantee that if you take PM1E, you are cyber secure, because the inherent insecurities involved with internet. So that is obvious. What I wanted to say was traceable identity of the user. Once you have a traceable identity of the user itself has the risk of exposing himself if he misuses his internet connection. I am not saying that if you take PM1E, you are cyber secure. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm only. No, no, yes, I am saying traceable, use it. No, I only mean to say, I don't mean to. Government makes only policies. It is for the entrepreneurs and the industry to implement the policies. Number one. I don't want to hear anything against Government of India on this forum, please. Number two, if you have a good solution, I am here to learn from you. Number three, I am only talking about, please don't laugh on Government of India. You can't blame Government of India on this forum, on any forum. I highly object your words against Government of India. Please, you have had enough. Now let me respond to it. It is good that you did not. If you have good solutions on roaming, I am here to learn on roaming. That is why I am here to learn from WBA the issues which I can take up to improve PM Vani. I am not saying PM Vani is perfect. Only thing which I am here to learn and to improve the framework. If you have good solutions, please guide me. I am willing to learn. Yes. Second thing is that what I was ensuring was traceable identity of user. That was I was emphasizing on. Any other questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you for a very nice presentation. And I think I would like to reiterate what you said last to the gentleman queries. It's a traceable identity we want.
Yes.
Security overall.
Yes.
Traceable identity, that is all we need.
Yes, yes.
I think that's the emphasis we want. But I want to also compliment you on one aspect of this. There are many aspects, but one particular aspect of pay money which you highlighted. The fact that you should not depend on the business case of per call margin or anything.
Yes.
You need to go on advertising.
Yes, yes.
I 100% agree with you. And I wish to say that it is a brilliant scheme where that part is, I think, what is not adequately understood by entrepreneurs is the role of the PDOA,
yes.
the aggregator. That's just like Airbnb is the largest hotel without having even a single hotel. The PDOA can play that concept. He can have millions of hotspots by aggregating several small people, and the local entrepreneurs can succeed in their local environment where their core strength is. Which is a brilliant scheme. Unfortunately, the adequate awareness is not there. And I know government is doing a lot to spread awareness, but these things take time. And unless there is some hand-holding in the initial stages by the large entrepreneurs and government, the scheme will find it a bit slow to take off. That's my humble plea.
The one thing which once you said, I will add that 40,000 hotspots are being installed by various state governments, 16,000 in UP, 20,000 in Gujarat, and in 5-6 other states. So that is the government bit which is being done.
Yeah, thank you. I would like to add one more thing, sir, in that, which our colleagues should know. Government of India has fixed through its 6G vision document a target of 50 million hotspots by 2030. That means 7 million every year. That's the opportunity ahead. 7 million every year means nearly 500,000 every month. So there is a huge opportunity there if we leverage such architecture.
Thank you.
What I would like to submit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, Mr. Narayan, I want to compliment you for this comprehensive presentation and the issues you are facing and the way forward to meet the target of the 6G, 50 million hotspots. Regarding the security issues and the traceable identity issues, morning we were discussing when our friend Mark was presenting from Cisco, that there is a concept of federated traceable identity through blockchain, actually, because blockchain brings traceability, transparency, and trust. And the security also is taken care of. And as the policy, it is already there. Only thing is it is implementation. We were very actually happy when Cisco expert also mentioned about that. There is a solution is available through these identity, digital identity or self-sovereign identity. As far as PM-WANI user, we can call and give them, like you give them an email address or a IP address, a self-sovereign identity for that purpose can also be created, and that it can be federated like C.dot is doing this centralized registry. So it will be a decentralized registry in that sense. The federated centralized registry.
I would request you and Cisco to please have a detailed discussion and guide me so that I can improve. See, there can always be improvement in everything. Nothing is perfect. So if yourself and Cisco guide me, I would try to improve the framework.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Sorry, sir. I just
want one more question.
Not a question. It's Vivek Narayan sir is always instrumental to take this PM-WANI to this level. I just want to add that PM-WANI, along with this traceable identity, the main idea of bringing the PM-WANI is the aggregated model, disintegrated architecture, because it is not possible for everybody to bring the complete end-to-end network. That is the reason the PM-WANI has been thought by the TRAI. It's a disintegrated architecture like the Ola, Uber. It is a very proven thing like the Zomato and like the sir has told the Airbnb. Similarly, this PM-WANI is the aggregator model. No need to invest on the everything end to end. And this will give the complete end-to-end services by the common man for the common people. That is the main idea. And regarding the open roaming, of course, open roaming is very much important. If you have the complete end-to-end network solution, it will be the open roaming is required. And also, I just want to add one thing that in this PM-WANI architecture, we are also thinking to integrate the open roaming architecture so that it will be the very well accepted for the international platform also. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So time to move to the next speaker. I would like to invite Mr. Amol Kulkarni, so Director of Research at CUTS International, and he's going to talk about connecting India and beyond. So Amol.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure to share my thoughts on this very important issue and on this August occasion. Thank you so much, WBA, for inviting me. And I see a lot of friends and colleagues who are working on the very important issue of Wi-Fi. And I just wanted to share some thoughts of our organization. So, yeah. So just before I dive deep into the presentation, CUTS International is a consumer-facing research, advocacy, and capacity building group. We do a lot of work on ground with consumers to understand their perspectives, expectations, experiences on different issues, including on digital connectivity and internet access and usage. And this presentation is about some of the perspectives that we have recently learned, along with some other organizations that have worked on the ground to understand how households and individual consumers are using internet and what are their expectations and what are the challenges that they sort of face. And therefore, I've said connecting Bharat, access and beyond. So it's not just about access or having the right sort of smartphones or internet connection, but it's also about how consumers are using what are the gaps and how can we sort of address those gaps. So firstly, it's very heartening to know that the smartphone penetration in India has increased a lot from 2018, where we see only 36% smartphone penetration was there amongst rural households. In the latest figure suggests that over 90% rural households suggest that they have at least one smartphone in a household, which is a very, very good figure, because smartphone is now the sort of the device for connecting with the internet and beyond. However, it's only smartphone. When we see what are the other smart devices with households are connecting, only around 9% of rural households have at least one computer or a laptop. And there is a lot of scope to cover in terms of ensuring availability of other smart devices within households, particularly in rural India. Are there aspirations for smart devices amongst consumers? Absolutely, there are. We did a survey of what are the kind of smart devices which consumers would like to obtain or procure in next couple of years, and across different device types, we saw a demand, and you'll see that the yellow sort of thing is about demand amongst all consumer groups, and the shaded is about young consumers. So obviously, young consumers are expecting to invest more in procuring devices like personal computers, entertainment devices, and wearables, which would require Wi-Fi and high-speed internet for these devices to be able to function optimally. And therefore, there is a lot of inherent latent demand for smart devices amongst consumers. Also, we try to figure out that when every household has an access to at least one smartphone, how are the consumers using such smartphones or other smart devices? Now, when you see that simple tasks like browsing for information, finding a YouTube video, sharing a video, a large amount of young consumers think and they possess the capability of conducting such digital tasks. But there are relatively complex tasks such as using an email ID, using Google Maps, accessing at least one service like digital payments, or filling online forms, or entertainment, or sort of payment, or amongst others. You will see there is a sudden drop in when it comes to conduct of relatively complex tasks by young users in rural India. And that is the gap that perhaps we'll need to fill. Secondly, what you will see here is that there is a gap when it comes to male and female youth tasks. The gap is not so much, but while 50% of young males are likely to have and use email IDs, only around 30% of females are likely to have and use email IDs, and the gap widens as the services become complex. So a gendered kind of an angle is also there when it comes to usage of digital technologies, particularly in rural India, and there is a need to think about how can we solve this problem on the ground. As I said, there is a gender digital divide, and it's also becomes prominent when we see the when we dissect the data on smartphone ownership. So while every household, at least 90% of the household have one smartphone, but when we dive deep, we see that around 44% of males have smartphones in their name. So they're owners of the smartphone, but only around 20% of females are owners of smartphones. So while some of them might be using because there is a common smartphone which is shared amongst the household, but they do not own it. And we think that this sort of limited ownership or insufficient ownership amongst female is one of the reasons why there is gender digital divide in terms of usage of smartphones for digital services, which I showed in the previous slide. Also, another thing that we found was that while there were different categories of tasks that our consumers were asked to do through usage of smartphones, and the percentage of females who didn't even attempt some of the digital tasks were significantly higher than percentages of males who didn't attempt even one task. So basically, around 13% of females in rural India who are young females who they do not think that digital technology is for them, and therefore they do not care to attempt even using such technology, while only 8 to 9% of males think that. While there is a large population of females who sort of use digital technology, but there is a significant populace which is yet to be sort of trained or skilled, or their inhibitions with respect to digital technology needs to be removed so that they are actually attempting some of these digital tasks and not just sitting idle, even when they have access to one smartphone, which might be at a household level and not necessarily at an ownership level. So I think this is broadly some of the findings that we got from the ground. Now, when we juxtapose those findings of availability of smartphones with active internet usage, we see a large gap. So this sort of presentation or this slide shows that around 52%, 51% of population in India is active internet usage. So first time last year, the number of active internet users surpassed the number of inactive internet users. And it is heartening to know that number of active rural users is much more than number of active urban users. And the growth in rural internet usage is surpassing the pace of growth in urban internet usage. So while, but still there is miles to go. So while there is smartphone penetration, which is decent and much more needs to be done, however, there is still a lot of gap in terms of, which can be seen in terms of internet usage. So while smartphones are there, people are not necessarily using the smartphones for actively using internet. They might be accessing net few and far between for some tasks, but they are not actively using, which is limiting the potential of internet to benefit rural populace. And what are a few reasons? So we found that there is something called as internet exclusion trap in particularly in rural households. So households with annual income of less than 1.5 lakhs and with more family members are significantly less likelier to access and use internet as against households which are relatively better off and relatively have less number of family members. So these households which are sort of relatively or comparatively poorer and they have more members, they are actually the demand or requirement for internet for those households is much more than other households which are relatively better off and have less number of members. However, it is these sort of poorer households with large family sizes who are unable to access internet because of several issues, including affordability, and they end up paying more on a per capita basis as against those who are sort of better off, and which is creating a internet exclusion trap, and they're trapped into paying and using internet and again paying without getting out of that trap, without being able to get out of the trap. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So active internet usage. So they might be doing digital payments on a infrequent basis, but when we say sort of actively using internet is using internet at least say 7 times in a month or so. That is not something which is happening at a rural level within low consumer, sort of low income consumers, and with families having more family members. So that is something that we found through our interactions. And this gap is perhaps something of a concern for us, and which needs to be sort of worked on. So what are the key barriers for internet usage? So this is something which I think has come up again and again: lack of affordability, inadequate awareness, and limited ability. Limited ability is something which was clearly evident when it comes to female consumers, and inadequate awareness and lack of affordability is at the household level, because people have other needs which need to be catered before internet access, and they are unable to sort of do adequate savings to spend for internet. And specifically with mobile internet, there are some additional concerns, which is like the data limit is insufficient, or the coverage is poor, or the speed is inadequate, which is sort of reducing the quality of experience of consumers with mobile data. On PM Money, as I think Sir also had mentioned, and TV Sir also mentioned, that there's a lot of lack of awareness amongst consumers on PM Money. Around 68% of consumers which we surveyed were not aware about this scheme, and we have at our end also done a lot of work around awareness, because we work with self-help groups, farm producer organizations, and in rural parts of Rajasthan. However, there is also a smaller percentage, which is 25% consumers who are aware of PM Money, but have still not used it, still not experimented with it. And there could be some sort of myths which needs to be broken around PM Money to encourage them to use it. While there is 7 to 8% of consumers who have used it. Now, what did we find? What could be the solution for ensuring more active users? And we think we did some experiments on the ground and some behavioral analysis, and we unlocked the power of groups, the collective use of internet amongst groups of friends, amongst peers, and through use of community role models. We think that there is a potential to unlock this, because we gave internet connection in a room like a district community hall to a group of friends just to experiment with it, and the results in terms of active internet usage and figuring out different use cases was much higher, as against sort of giving them direct training programs and telling them about what are the different ways through which internet could be used, and then sort of targeting them on a one-to-one basis. So we feel that when it comes to sort of internet usage, the role of community, role of role models, role of teachers at schools, role of other family members is significantly higher as against individual targeting, enhancement of internet usage. And this is where role of Wi-Fi, as Sir was also mentioning, that they have sort of partnered with educational institutions, and in and around PDOs, we can see there is a potential of PM1E to sort of to be experimented with. So I think the more and more internet access and usage is promoted at a group level, the higher it is likely that people will unlock use cases which suit them and will use them on a sort of regular basis rather than on a one-off basis as and when need arises. And last but not the least, we also need appropriate policy interventions. While we already have a Telecom Act and a Broadcasting Bill is in the works, the Telecom Act provides for the first time, it legislates for effective right of way, and we hope that this will be used in the right manner. We also would want to highlight that TSPs and OTTs need to be dissimilarly treated so that both can realize their own potential. The Act also talks about Digital Bharat Nidhi Fund, which was earlier known as USOF, and we need to ensure that it is effectively utilized for laying of infrastructure. And last but not the least, the spectrum allocation, the discussion which is going on right now, we need to ensure that Wi-Fi and mobile internet can coexist and potential of both can be sort of realized to ensure that Bharat can not only be connected, but it can actively use internet for all use cases it desires to. Thank you very much. My time's up. Yes, sir.
Just like to supplement on what you said,
Yes, sir.
that the government has introduced two things to promote, to help in bridging the digital divide. One is the government has decided to recognize 9 ISPs, 3 category A, 3 category B, and 3 category C, who provide a largest number of FTTH connections in a year. So that is one thing which the government is trying to recognize. Number second thing is that the right-of-way policy and the time taken in giving right-of-way permissions and the fees for right-of-way has been drastically reduced, and there is a Herculean amount of effort done by the government of India in promoting the right-of-way rules and reducing the prices, and the time taken in right-of-way permissions has drastically reduced.
Thank you so much, sir. So this is me. Feel free to reach out and happy to explore ways to collaborate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amal. Okay, time for the next speaker. So I'd like to invite Mr. Manish Gangai, Executive President and Head of Product Line at HFCL, and he's going to share with you their open roaming services. Manish, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I stand between you and lunch. I'll try and be as brief as possible. A lot of knowledge sharing in the last 3 hours that we have seen, and very pertinent ones, right? One question that has been on everybody's mind as to how does the open roaming work? What is the framework on open roaming that has been around, right? One thing that I really want to tell you that open roaming works. The proof of the pudding is here, right in this room. If you just pick up any of the card that you see it on your table, there's a barcode. You scan that barcode, you would be able to connect to the Wi-Fi without any OTP, without any other intervention. And then you can go to any other open roaming certified network and be able to connect without ever have to going through the authentication again. So this stuff works. HFCL is the only company in India right now which is open roaming certified, and you can experience the product first time. So with that, let me just start. I'll just, these numbers have been repeated throughout this presentation since morning, but it's just want to bring this into the attention a couple of points, through the data that you're seeing, right? It's very clear that, the global Wi-Fi hotspot market is growing phenomenally well, right? I mean, 4.3 billion in 2022 to 8.9 billion projected. Please, there is a typo. It's not million, it is billion. For 8.9 billion by 2028. Public hotspots, right, is about 362 million in 2029 to 549 million. We have seen this number, right? The growth is just phenomenal. But what is stark, right, in the context of India is the number of public Wi-Fi hotspots that we see in India compared to some of the other economies in the world, right? And TVRs are also projected the same number, right? That compared to China and US, right, our population of the hotspots per million subscribers is extremely low, right? And we will get into the understanding of why does that happen through the panel discussion, hopefully, when we get through after this. But one thing that in India has really been phenomenal, right, is the mobile tariffs, especially the mobility on the 4G network. The tariffs have been so low, right, that the barrier for the Wi-Fi public hotspots to start to make money, tangible money, has really become extremely high because people find it extremely simple to recharge their, SIM cards and, get the internet access. If we intend to make the Wi-Fi as ubiquitous as we want mobile networks, we'll have to create that seamless experience on the Wi-Fi. And that's where we are all heading towards, right? If you think where the WBA is mind is, right? We're talking about convergence of Wi-Fi and mobile network. We're talking about open roaming. We're talking about authentication. We're talking about security, right? At the heart of everything that we do, right? I mean, there are so many issues that are surrounding when we go into different countries. There are rules, regulatory rules are very different, right? Somebody doesn't want data to be, stored in a certain way in a certain place. Somebody wants the data to be made available for them to see and things like that, right? So there is complexity which we need to navigate and resolve, right? As a forum, as an organization, we'll have to put our minds together and solve, right? Some of these things, WBA has been doing, and we will see, how does the open roaming thing work, right? This is very understood, but is this for the effect? I want to put this. If you were to, sign up on a public Wi-Fi hotspot, you have to go through this bunch of steps, right? And you're all familiar, right? So I won't go through it, but it is painful, needless to say. It is not frictionless. It's like, should I give my phone number? Should I give, any other information? Is this information secure in the hands of the guy who's actually, taking and validating me on or authenticating me on? These are the issues which, when people see, right, thoughts that they come and the amount of cyber frauds that are happening, right, you're basically going to say, no, I'm better off using the mobility data compared to, using the Wi-Fi data because I don't know. And why? Why are you so confident of, sharing everything with a mobile operator and not with a Wi-Fi guy? Because there is a certain rules of the engagement. There is a certain bit of, I would say, design of the systems where there is protection of data. There is, I would say, oversight onto how these guys work. Similar level of oversight is what we need to bring. Again, right, I'm just emphasizing the need for the world to start to look at Wi-Fi in the very similar way we look at the cellular networks. The providers of the Wi-Fi have to look like how the cellular operators look like. And then we'll start to see the trust. We'll start to see the barriers going down. We'll start to see the adoption going up. Of course, we will still have to, solve one more problem, right? And that problem is much bigger because it has to make business sense. And that's something that we'll have to see. And that's where all the innovation, all the entrepreneurial ability of different people comes to the fore. But fundamentally, technologically, we need to solve this, make it frictionless, and that will make sure that the adoption increases. So, you're seeing all of this is what you expect, right? You expect absolutely in your subconscious mind, right? If I have to connect to a mobile network, as soon as I get off in a new country, I switch on from airplane mode off to on. I just connect, right? Nobody asks me, take this password or get the OTP. We'll have to bring in the similar level of, roaming, connectivity, and, you would see this adoption going up. That's where the open roaming comes in. So all this build up for introducing you to how the open roaming has been, working in the background to enable this infrastructure that okay. So it's a federation service, right? We talked about it, and Mark touched upon it briefly in his presentation that, there are two aspects. One is access, other is identity, right? We need to be able to make sure these two things are looked at independently, because when we put them together, the models become complex to handle, right? But when we disaggregate them and look at who provides the identity, who provides the access, and then we are starting to solve. We're starting to get more people into accepting, okay, I cannot be identity guy, but I can be access. I cannot be, access guy, but I will handle the identity. Or I have the ability to handle identity. I don't need to get into the business of providing access, right? So open roaming is actually, as a federation service, allowing this disaggregation to happen. Get people to talk to each other in a trusted environment with each other, identify each other seamlessly, and authenticate each other, right? That's the sort of federation that open roaming is providing. Connectivity framework I talked about, right? As to how do you basically get device onto the network seamlessly? That's a connectivity framework. And then another key aspect of technology that has been developing all around us for years together, which is Passport or Hotspot 2.0 and 3.0. Hotspot has been used into the networks for a long period of time. If you really look at the way cellular networks offload, the mobile data offload happens purely on the hotspot technology. You basically get authenticated on the SIM. So there is a authentication method called IPSIM. IPSIM basically comes into the play the moment you accept the profile on your device once. It puts a certificate onto your device, and then that certificate is what is exchanged, right, with the server. And then when you are basically moving from one part of the network to the other part of the network, anywhere, geographically, so long as they understand that profile, they authenticate you on that, they will basically let you in to the network to access it, right? I mean, we have seen in India, I'm not sure if you noticed or not, one of the largest cellular operator, has deployed a very big network, especially through the campuses, educational campuses. They deployed, even before they deployed their 4G service, they deployed the Wi-Fi hotspots all across the country, across all the education institutes, and deployed the Passport, right, Hotspot 2.0, to make sure that everybody is able to, get onto the network rather easily. They started first with the public Wi-Fi, in the sense that you needed to put in this mobile number and get authenticated. Slowly they moved from there, as soon as they launched the service, to the SIM-based authentication. And then those who used it once, they never have to log in again. And then here is the beauty, right? The mobile data offload that we heard so much, that there's just so much of data offload happening all over the world. Mobile data offload onto the Wi-Fi, but not happening in India as much, right? That's a problem. And the problem is because we don't have enough hotspots, right? But within the cellular network, hotspot as a technology has been existing, works very well. I just talked about this, one-time authentication, and this is what I've been emphasizing on, right? We need to look like cellular network. That's the holy grail, as far as I know, of the Wi-Fi world, right? I talked about this, Mark touched upon it, open roaming based on an ecosystem, which is separating the network providers from the identity providers, right? And there is a framework, which I'll come to very quickly, where these two people interact to make sure that we can create a seamless experience, right? These are some of the accolades coming from WBA. 1 million hotspots in 2022. I don't know what the number stands right now. Tiago, maybe you have the latest number. A significant number of service providers would have already deployed by 2023. Again, we'll have to revalidate. A significant momentum that we are seeing on open roaming, right? And you see the need. There is no denying that there is absolutely a need for us to be able to get across the Wi-Fi networks. Again, when I talked about the cellular Wi-Fi issues, right? In India, the tariffs are low, right? On the mobile data networks, people really don't bother too much, especially urban. I mean, I'll talk about the rural separately, but in the urban and dense urban scenarios, people don't bother switching on the Wi-Fi on their devices. The reason is any world. You go into a US or even say China or even Singapore. The moment you land onto the network, the first thing that you want to find out is there a Wi-Fi network available, which I can latch onto, because the cost of data, mobile data, is extremely high, and you have to pay through the nose to get that mobile data. So you're looking for a Wi-Fi network, right? So fundamentally, we are saying that we need to crack the business model of being able to offer the Wi-Fi hotspots in India at the right price points, in the right frictionless manner. I think the adoption will increase. I'm just coming back to the open roaming ecosystem, right? We talked about there are two kinds of providers in this. Identity providers could be operators. Anyone who's got a subscriber's identity. It could be a loyalty program owner. It could be a cellular operator. It could be someone who has been providing the authentication services or a variety of other things, right? Once you have that information, you register onto the Open Roaming Federation, and then access network providers. This is the second part of the ecosystem, right? All the hotel guys, all the utility services, retail guys, anyone who has to provide the service, Wi-Fi as a service to their customers, join this. And we put these two things together in a policy ecosystem, which is looking at all the three aspects, right? And I think I have the next slide, which talks about the key capability that we're looking at in open roaming. Federation on the cloud, which is to basically manage this interaction. Cybersecurity, right? It's one of the key aspects. We had a lot of hot debate earlier in the day. This is key, right? First of all, who gets certified on open roaming, right? If you are not WPA2 compliant or WPA3 now, you will not even get certified on open roaming. So the security, so the encryption of the data of the user, which he exchanges from his device to the AP and then subsequently, is all encrypted. Nobody can snoop into to figure out your information. Nobody can do man-in-the-middle attacks. None of that is possible if you use the right encryption level on your devices. So cybersecurity, and then of course the network automation in the form of saying that how do you manage the networks? How do you make sure that the roaming is working fine and things like that? So if this is something that we understand, but it just for the sake of completeness, I just wanted to say if it is a regular open network versus an open roaming network, there are many differences that we need to really look at, right? Discovery is manual in regular network, right? You still have to figure out which network I need to select, right? Is this the right network or not? Many times there are similar sounding names on the SSIDs that you see, right? If you say this, hotel, I'll say the Lalit is the SSID. There could be another one which is Lalil, right? Which will look very similar, but the moment you connect to it, God help you, right? So these errors you can by design avoid through the automatic network selection. The way open roaming does is that there is RCOI that you basically get in the form of a beacon, and network basically sends that. Device which understands open roaming looks at that, knows that this is the authenticated network, connects to it. As simple as that. Authentication, as I said, there are many methods on open networks which could be all prone to attacks of different kinds. In the case of open roaming, we are relying on extensible authentication protocol. It makes sure that you have certificate based. There are no OTPs to be exchanged, none of the username passwords to be remembered, none of that, right? Makes things much easier. Air encryption, we have just been talking about. Everything needs to be encrypted. All exchanges have to be encrypted. Authorization, I just said RCOI based. User engagement, we're saying that splash pages are permitted. I mean, it's not necessary that's the most preferred method, but it can be, provided it meets the security norms that we have laid out. And finally, the most important aspect is once you connect here, you have to be able to connect to any roaming, open roaming certified network, right? There's a sort of capability. There's a sort of, benefits that we are looking to derive out of it. There are more things, but I don't think I need to go through all of these. Benefits are understood. Of course, there are many places where this can be applied. Hotels, enterprises, smart cities, public spaces. You name any network which has got a significant number of access points, you can actually be open roam certified. You should register, make sure that your customers have a seamless experience wherever you go, right? Challenges, of course, with every implementation comes the challenges, and the most noteworthy of all these challenges, right, is regulatory compliances. Every country has got its own set of rules. We need to be able to abide by that. We need to make sure that the data is protected, privacy laws are protected, and that these are some of the factors that we need to take into account as we go along. There are many work groups which are looking at within Open Roaming Alliance work group, which are looking at specific problem statements and trying to solve them. With that, I like to conclude. At HFCL, we have been ardent follower, ardent promoter of open roaming as a technology. All our Wi-Fi access points are open roaming compliant. You can buy any, you can deploy any, you're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Manish. And we go for the last, there is one quick question. So it needs to be really fast because we are very delayed on the agenda.
Tiago, and I will compliment the presentation. Actually, I have one question, like you have rightly mentioned about disaggregation of access provider with the identity provider, because this framework itself is disintegrated everywhere. But it may bring one more agency, which will make it difficult for the PDOs. So I thought that this identity provision role, it will be given to the central registry, the T-dot? That is one question. The second question is, like, can we use the IP address or the email ID of the user or of the roamer as the identity, and then it can be federated, of course, by central registry? Is it possible? But the CDOT can do that part. No? Yes. Yes.
They can be one of the, identity providers who connect to the federated policy engine that we have deployed part of the WA. And they can allow anybody else to connect into it, right? Because the best good thing would be, I mean, the way I have understood PM-WANI as a scheme, right? It is right now focused on providing the access into the rural area, right? It's not trying to solve the two problems that are trying to solve, right? One is access into the rural. The second is the identity theft that happens, right? They're trying to prevent, they're trying to bring the traceability. In the urban scenario, people are using, and there are more, providers. I mean, CDOT will have a competition, even say for an operator like Jio or Airtel, right? They would like to be the identity provider as well, right? Because identity providers do tend to have a advantage in the sense that they do have a lot of data that they have to preserve and look at and make models which allow the businesses to thrive, right? So I think this is a conversation. Probably there's more discussion that is.
Yeah, we are going to have a panel discussion. So, and you are invited, Manish. So please come. So I would like to invite Mr. Anil Tandon from Broadband Indian Forum, that will be the moderator for the panel. Please. Manish, please come on stage again. Vivek Narayan from Department of Telecoms, and Bhavani Putri from Cisco.
I'll do read them on your good end now. How much time do I have?
Yeah, let's plan for 25 minutes.
20 minutes would be.
Welcome. As Manish said, I think Manish was not, but we four are certainly between the audience and the lunch. And despite the, we'll try and make it short, not go beyond the 20 minutes. It's been an interesting day since morning, listening to the various conversations on the Wi-Fi. And to me personally, being very, very educated in that regard. Let me introduce first the members on the panel. Here we have Bhavya Putri is from Cisco. Bhavya, could you introduce yourself very quickly because I don't have your.
Hi everyone, I'm Bhavya. I'm a product manager at Cisco. I work with enterprises to deploy open roaming, and a major role of my job is to make sure that they get the ROI from the investments in infrastructure, the investments in deploying open roaming, and I do have a lot of conversations with them regarding monetizing the network, regarding getting the ROI from whatever they've invested in. And this includes large hospitality chains. This includes stadiums. And
put that in your conversations. So in the questions, we'll get your inputs on that. Sorry, I just because of paucity of time, I cut you short. Mr. Vivek Narayan, Deputy Director General Data Services. I think he by earlier in the thing, but if you want to say a line or.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here and very excited to learn about open roaming, and we look forward for further interaction so that we can help PM-WANI and in innovative ways and get the return on investment for people who have already invested into it. And there is a great scope for increase in Wi-Fi networks, as all the speakers have agreed and said. So we need to emphasize on that and work towards it.
Thank you, Vivek. Then we have Manish Gange from HFCL. You heard him just now, but I don't know if somebody introduced him or not. You can say a little bit about him.
Yeah, I had the product strategy and lifecycle management across all product lines. They range from 5G, Wi-Fi, switching, routing, CPEs, and yeah, I've been in the industry for 30 years. My experience previous to HFCL goes to operators. So when I speak about what operators do, I speak with a lot of conviction because I've been driving some of those activities for last 10 years or there.
So it's been an interesting day. I think everybody has brought out that various technologies have to coexist. There's been a great focus, I think, on the open roaming. We've had two major lectures on the open roaming, and personally for me, roaming in the Wi-Fi is something which has been a desire, a need of everybody. But maybe I was more on the cellular industry, and I heard earlier more on the roaming of the cellular industry. But it was interesting to see today on the roaming on the Wi-Fi part of it. And then, of course, we had a very good presentation by Mr. Vivek Narayan on the PM Vani, which generated a lot of interest and a lot of questions and discussions on that. Let me start with you, Mr. Vivek, and a lot of things that I thought I'll ask earlier may have been covered. I was just wondering, where do you think that PM Vani would be a greatest success? Would it be in the metros? Would it be in tier 2, 3 cities? Or would it be in the rural area? Obviously, it will be a mix of all, but
I would say that PM Vani is a gold mine at the study center. Because for rural areas now with 4G saturation coming in, and with all the 100% villages of India being covered with 4G, at least 4G, so and the prices of mobile being very, very cheap, I see the use of PM Vani, I mean the financially viable use, is basically the study centers where the data rate is, data download is from 2 to 10 terabytes per month, and they need fast data rates, which is ideally suited for PM Vani application with the traceable identity of the user. So that is the most used case. The second used case would be, as I said, that would be where the public, where the mobile networks are congested. For example, it could be a Ganga Aarti at Banaras or Allahabad or Har Ki Pauri, or it could be an exhibition, or it could be any other religious festival or a cultural get-together where the mobile is congested. These are the two main focus areas, but largely being because these are sporadic places like religious festivals, etc. But the study centers are regular money gold mine for PM1.
Before I go to the other, just a counter question to that. Then how do you visualize? Are you trying to say that the PM1 doesn't have much of a success chance or in the rural areas, or would there be an opportunity for us to push it?
No, I'm not saying that. See, I don't say that PM1 should not be there in rural areas. In fact, I've been promoting that the village level institutions, say a panchayat or an Anganwadi or a police station or a government hospital or a e-court in a rural area, these institutions already have Wi-Fi. If they make one SSID or both SSIDs open for public under PM1 forum, then the FTTH costs around 400 rupees in a rural area. Bharat Udyami scheme is a wonderful scheme under USOF where around 8 lakh connections or 7 lakh connections have been given in last 6 months. But they cost 400 rupees per household. Everybody in rural India cannot afford 400 rupees. But everybody in India does need internet because of digital payments or some basic use. Even a poorest of the poor person does need internet for digital payments or some basic necessities. It is there where these village level institutions which have FTTH connections can have PM1 and use that so that a poorest of the poor can have access to internet in 5 rupees or 10 rupees, whatever, and suffice his basic needs for internet.
Thank you. Moving on to the roaming part of it, Manish, I think as I understood from your the earlier Cisco presentation, the technology seems to have reached a reasonable level of development and acceptance, and it started to maybe in India we people do not have so much of Wi-Fi subscriptions where we want to go for roaming, so we're not aware of it. So that basically, the one question that comes to my mind, and that is coming from again a cellular background, the financial settlements in the case of roaming, in case of cellular, has been a big impediment, or it's a big to set it up to be able to get the testing done and all those things done. How do you see this playing out in the open roaming, the financial settlement part?
Yeah, in my limited understanding, right? Again, from the cellular world, the roaming is peer-to-peer. All agreements between the operators happen on a peer-to-peer basis, right? Operator A in country A does agreement with operators in another country, right? And the settlements take place between them, right? Based on
let me amplify. The reason that I'm saying so is that as far as the cellular operators are concerned, there were 2 to 3 in a country.
Yes.
And you had only, but when it comes to Wi-Fi operators, the number would be 100 times, 1,000 times, and that just 3 in a country.
Yeah, that's the reason why the federated architecture comes to the play, right? The reason that we believe the open roaming is a better solution for Wi-Fi is because you are doing only agreements with a single body, right? You're coming and getting your WBA ID and your certificates from one place, and you're doing the transaction with just one body, as opposed to doing it with multiple operators, right? So is it that everybody who comes and interacts with the WBA and gets an ID based on whatever commercial that engagement we do, everybody else does not have to do with each other. They're doing it with the central authority, and that is making sure that the roaming becomes successful, right? So the chances of succeeding in this model are much higher than doing these peer-to-peer arrangements. That is the cellular world. And it worked because it was small. This is indeed very, very big space for us. And therefore, a need of a central authority is the way to do it.
So to that extent, it will be slightly different from the, though you still have a clearinghouse,
yes,
but the one-to-one arrangement, operator A to operator B, you don't have to do with each operator. You would have to do with the confederation of this thing.
My understanding, but business model evolved. Yeah.
So
how much
centralized entity, which is something similar to the neutral hosting, where like the server can have it, or it can be enterprise, can be CSP, anyone can come to the centralized one, and then you can get the entity from there.
So the neutral hosting has got a little bit more complexity, as I understand, right? In terms of identifying the users of each of the, the tenant of the host, right? And then doing the settlement at that level is far more complex than doing it at the, the central registry level, or, the federated level. It is my understanding, right? But you're right. I mean, in the cellular world, that neutral hosting works because there is a single guy who basically owns it, and then he rents out that infra, right? And then people are paying the rent. I don't know how will that work in the case of when it is usage based.
Right. You are saying like there are 2 basically providers, the identity as well as the access. So identity can be multiples. In that case, you need to know whom to go for, get the identity, and then get authentication. So basically, I think its concept is something coming similar.
Yeah. There are always parallels with the cellular world, right? That you have noticed.
Okay, thank you. Bhavya, you were speaking about been working towards the monetizing of this. So how is, Cisco or you enabling the ease of adoption and the adoption of the open roaming? Can you throw some light on this?
So to talk about ease of adoption, I'll break it into two parts. The first part is the ability to easily set up open roaming on a network. And the second part would be so to reduce the cost of setting it up. And second part would be like what you gain from it. So to reduce to make it easier to set it up, making the setup process easier. So the whatever configurations need to be done for different OEMs, making that easier. So that is one thing which can be done to make it easy. So it should be as simple for if I have a small coffee shop, I should be able to set up open roaming myself. And that is something that is a vision, but might not necessarily be true today. Like if, for example, somebody has a small coffee shop, how easy is it for them? Then I'm not a network expert. I want to just sell coffee. So is it easy for me to set up open roaming? So that is like one part of the goal. And the second part is for this person, like how can they monetize that network? So it can be about understanding since people are coming and attaching to the network, it can give the person insights on what times are the coffee shops busy, what is the average time a person is attached to, so they can understand like what is the guest behavior at this store. It can give them, if they're like a retail store, they can get heat maps like to understand like which areas are busier. So by providing connectivity, it is enabling a lot of use cases. And for example, if they have an app and they want to make sure that they have some in-store app features, like so for example an airport wants to people to use their app, they want them to discover like what all shopping destinations are there, but people will only be able to do that if the connectivity is good.
Coming back to you, Vivek, what areas do you think that entrepreneurs or solution providers can add value to the PM-WANI? The little bit you covered in it, I don't know how many entrepreneurs or things here.
One is the pushing of advertisements through the existing hotspots, and other is putting in a framework for open roaming or roaming, basically enabling roaming among the hotspots. So these are the two, I'll say, low-lying fruits which can be taken and pushed off immediately, and so it would make money for the person who introduces this, as well as enhance return on investment for the PDOs who have already put in the capex and opex.
You were mentioning that there is this which could support what he's trying to say. How could a retail person with your open roaming add value, or can you explain to the people here how it could help in introducing this by a small Kinara store or somebody by using your open roaming platform or something like that? That would help us understand, help us grow the PM-WANI.
So for example, like for a retail store, so I think one distinction between open roaming and like PM-WANI is the difference between the PDO, the app provider who's providing the identities is different from the venue, which is giving people access. So with that respect, like I touched upon it briefly in the previous answer. So for example, let's go with a Kirana store or like a small basically on the highway you have a lot of place restaurants. So for places like those, so they might want to understand like how many people are visiting in a day, what is the like what is the average dwell time that's being spent by them. So are they here for like is the average guest coming here for 30 minutes? So is the amount of time people spending, does it change by the time of the day? Restaurant, all this information is very useful. So by using so connectivity is the first step, but once they establish connections, they can understand the customer behavior better. So to give a parallel, for example, we all shop using Amazon. We order food online. So the level of understanding they have of the user journey is very different from the level of understanding, say, an offline store has. Because one of the biggest challenges for, like, if you consider like a supermarket kind of retail store, the biggest challenge is they know the person is in the store only once, like the person is at the checkout counter, they're paying. So it's very difficult for them to nudge people to basically upsell and the same way an online retailers does. But by providing people connectivity and understanding, like as people are coming in, they can benefit from all that data.
Thank you. So that basically it's the use of the data and pushing it. I don't know how the small Kinara shops will do it, but Manish, I just wanted to do this question should have come earlier than my previous question to you. How many, I mean, yes, we understand HFCL is one of the certified open roaming this thing, but how many such operators, or you call them, or whatever you call them, are there in India, and how much of an extensive network would they have? Because I don't see any marketing or any information per se to the public nudging them to take the various ISPs are also not telling you that we are, take this thing because you will get the open roaming. So can you throw some light? But that may be useful to the people who are here.
Yeah, I think, I mean, first of all, as a HFCL, right, we are only a small portion of this whole eco chain, right? We provide equipment which is certified open roaming, right? You deploy a product, you're done, right? But the fundamental thing that everybody has to realize is that open roaming access network providers have to come into the being, right? We saw in Mr. Vivek's presentation, right? BSNL has got 50,000 hotspots in excess of 50,000 hotspots. But I have never seen ever that BSNL advertising saying that I got hotspots here, please connect to my hotspots. I never seen that. I also seen this, for example, the most advertised public hotspots that I have personally noticed are two. One is on the railway platforms, Railtel and Google. Railtel and Google deployed the public hotspots, and they've by far most widely used. Though my personal experience is very bad about it, but it doesn't work very well. But they've really, done a good job of saying that yes, here we have the Wi-Fi hotspots here. You can connect and get the job done. The second one that we have done those public hotspots is the New Delhi government, right? I mean, in Delhi, you have seen the state government has put a lot of hotspots across the country. And the reason probably we know a little bit better is we have been implementing that, right? But fundamentally, you need to, first of all, let consumer know that there is Wi-Fi available. And that's the first step of making sure that you can monetize. If consumer is not coming and joining your network, I mean, what will you do? What advertisers you will get? Nothing. So you have to really attract that, and talk more about it. Open roaming, ability to authenticate, seamless experience. These are the things that we need to sell. We need to be able to go and tell customer, look, in this hotel, instead of giving me the slip, right, that they give at the entrance, exactly. Why do I need the slip? When I come here and it says open roaming, certified, Lalit network, I'm done, right? So I think we need to talk a little bit more about, public hotspot, being able to, get more customers on board. If there are more customers coming, there will be business models that will emerge for monetization. I mean, entrepreneurs are the smartest community on earth, right? They will figure out a way of monetizing if there are people using it.
I have two clarifications.
Yeah. May I allow Vivek to?
So, so just really quickly, and I just want to say, really happy with your deployment here, because when I showed up, my Cisco identity got me straight onto the Wi-Fi network, which is much easier than the Elite network with the OTP. But to the stuff that you were just saying, and in your session, you talked a little bit about the technical challenges, but looking specifically in the India context, what do you see as kind of the, let's call it the barriers to getting the awareness and the adoption of open roaming across all different sort of vertical entities?
Yeah, I think I'll speak from my cellular experience, right? Cellular days. One of the biggest issue of enabling the mobile data offload was that, despite telling that I have to, I want to do MDO and you should keep your Wi-Fi service on your handset, people typically used to tend to switch it off. So if your Wi-Fi is off, nobody can help you, right? So the biggest challenge, right, the barrier that we saw in order to get people onto the service was that there was no mechanism for you to, well, there is a mechanism, but it requires, user consent, right? I can do ANDSF, there is a term, protocol. I can actually go and remotely switch on the Wi-Fi on your phone, provided you give me the consent once, right? But it is very hard to implement, right? So the thing is, people don't switch on the Wi-Fi. And India, it is more, and I'm not talking rural now, I'm talking urban, that because the data tariffs are so low and so frictionless that people don't worry about. I mean, even if it is there, I won't use it. Because I'm worried about security, cyber attacks, man in the middle, spoofing. I mean, I'm really worried. And this is the biggest barrier that I see we'll have to break to be able to get more adoption going here.
Yeah, Vivek.
I have two clarifications to make. One is that I am not Director General as written here. I am Deputy Director General.
Sorry.
That is one thing. Second thing is that as per the licensing conditions, a Kirana shop owner cannot resell internet unless he is under PM-WANI framework. So only 3 people can resell internet. One is an access service provider, second is an internet service provider for which a license required, and third is that you come under PM-WANI framework.
Is that just selling stuff? If I'm just getting access, but I'm not charging?
No, whether it is free or it is
Free is 100% discount.
No, free. It is. You can't provide access to resell internet or provide access to internet unless you fall into either of the 3 categories. And falling into PM-WANI does not charge money, it does not cost money, and it is not time taking.
So I think regulatory framework in India, you cannot offer internet services without having a license.
Or registration under PM-WANI framework.
I have a question. I'm a deputy and I've always had this question. I'm in the Wi-Fi alliance right now. This OTP system of ours in the airport, I have traveled all across the world. And I think there are many more countries which have more security concerns than India. I know India has a lot of security concerns, but there are many other countries which have a lot of security concerns. But never in any airport or any of the public hotspot do we find this OTP system. Why is it so unique to India? And because it's a big barrier for foreign travelers. Honestly speaking, not half, 75% of the time it doesn't work. And it's a big put off for international travelers, and India's name goes down. And I'm a very strong patriot of India, and I hate to see India's name going down there. But when I hear such things, it's very bad. So anybody can tell that, can we bypass this OTP system and still have the same security which the Indian government wants?
It is up to the operators abroad to answer.
Indian government would say security, I know that. But I'm asking is there a solution for that? Open roaming, that is the idea. Yes,
exactly. Yeah. No, as I said, right, because we are such a fragmented, ecosystem, the biggest problem is that everybody just thinks in his own silo, right? And we're not looking to solve it. The problem with this OTP business in India, unfortunately, is that we have a strict KYC norms on implementation. So anybody who is providing you the service is duty bound to the government to make sure the identity of the user is established beyond doubt, right? In India, the only method or only available mechanism which ensures 100% KYC is mobile phone. And therefore, operators rely on that.
think I don't have to worry beyond that. I mean, experience is bad. I know when people come from outside, the SMS doesn't get delivered, right? The solution is open roaming.
I think what Param's question, sorry.
The other solution could be that if you have a 10-digit number on which the OTP comes, see, normally OTP comes through a short code. But if you have a 10-digit number on which the OTP has to come, I think people having international roaming in their mobile would still be able to get the OTP. हाँ तो मिल जाएगा तो उसमें so once you are there, once you are logged on to the network, then you can use Wi-Fi free of charge or whatever is the subscription rate at the airport is. But you need to identify yourself for accessing that.
For foreigners and Indians, and हमारे लिए भी for us people. That's the question.
Anyway, I think, for paucity of time, Param, we can discuss it over lunch. And I think I thank all my co-panelists and thank you to the audience. I don't want to keep you away from the lunch anymore. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, everyone. So time for lunch. So lunch is downstairs. We have a dedicated room. So it's one floor below the lobby. So you can take the elevators to the floor P, or you can walk into the lobby and then go down one more floor. Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone, for our second part of APAC WGC here in Asia, India. So my name is Bruno Tomás. I work as the CTO for the Wireless Broadband Alliance. I've had the pleasure of working with most of our members for more than 10 years now. It's always great to come to this region. I had an opportunity to organize a couple sessions with the local members, with the Plague Fest, with Indian local companies, vendors. And I think, yeah, it's really a blossoming market. So I really look forward to this afternoon session. So we are going to talk about some of the solutions to the problems that we saw this morning. And definitely convergence, seamless experiences, offload is something that we want to push. And hopefully after this Congress, you will have solutions you can bring back to your companies. So the topic is expanding cellular coverage and capacity. I think this is really suited to what we see on Indian market today, with some dominance from the mobile operators, Wi-Fi trying to make their way through, and hopefully we'll get some strategies out of this discussion. A snapshot in terms of the agenda for today. I believe it's quite a fruitful combination of speakers. So we have one leading mobile operator, one leading vendor, and also a key industry vertical. So we'll start with Suja John. She's the AVP for Global Network Intercarrier Solutions and Services. And before, in her life, she was managing the FirstNet project in the US as CTO, which is a countrywide endeavor. So lots of experience on how to bring real products and services to market. So join me in welcoming Suja John to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for having me. And thank you to the WBA for inviting me to talk about an operator perspective of Wi-Fi evolution. So to kick this off, I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about AT&T's history with Wi-Fi, how our strategy, how our offload strategy with Wi-Fi has evolved, as well as give a view of our perspective of Wi-Fi and 5G convergence. So, very simple slide. So it all started back in June 9th of 2007, when under an AT&T exclusive arrangement that we had with Apple, we launched the iPhone. The iPhone was a very popular device, but it was also known as a data hog. If you remember back in 2007, it was still 3G. The iPhone caused a lot of data usage on our network, and it had a significant impact on our network capacity. And we therefore had to come up with a quick solution that so that we could continue to serve our customers on the network. So the team started looking at several options, and we quickly came to the conclusion that building new cell sites wasn't a viable option, especially because it took a long time, plus it was very expensive. So the team landed on using Wi-Fi. So in 2008, AT&T acquired a company called Wayport. Wayport at that time had more than 10,000 Wi-Fi hotspots. And as part of the acquisition, we ended up having almost 80,000 hotspots globally. Along with it, AT&T developed an internal offload solution. We would automatically offload data traffic onto these hotspots that we had acquired. But that was not a seamless solution. It required customers to intervene. So we started working with the industry, with the OEM providers to develop a long-term solution. So in 2012, the Wi-Fi Alliance released FastPoint, and that became our long-term solution. With FastPoint, it was pretty easy. It was seamless and very secure to offload the traffic. We also went down the path of loading the FastPoint profile onto all of our existing devices so that we could better use the offload capability. With the way we implemented FastPoint is that we had a Wi-Fi roaming agreement with all the operators, with the operators that supported, with the Wi-Fi operators that enable FastPoint. And then with FastPoint, and then because we had devices that were already enabled with the FastPoint profile, the offload took place pretty seamlessly. This is the same approach we use today. We have more than, in the US, 10,000 venues that are FastPoint enabled. And on a monthly basis, we offload millions of gigabytes of data. So over the years, we have, in addition to the Wi-Fi strategy, we've also evolved our mobile network. And as a result, our offload strategy has also changed. We now do what is called, we don't automatically offload data onto Wi-Fi, but we do what is known as intelligent offload. So fundamentally, what we do now is based on the network condition. If the mobile network is congested, it is only then that we offload to Wi-Fi. So that is how we implement. This is something we do in the US today because it's a domestic network. We can monitor the performance and know when to offload and when not to offload. So that's kind of what we do currently. And this kind of ties in to the work that's happening in the WBA around QoS. That's one of our near-term focus. We are a strong advocate of QoS for Wi-Fi. We want QoS to be standardized, mainly because we believe that in order to provide reliable and predictable customer experience on Wi-Fi, QoS is critical. So that's kind of what our near-term focus is. In terms of our long-term work focus, we are very, very excited about the new Wi-Fi 7 release and the performance improvement it provides. But we are also equally excited about the opportunity and the benefits 5G and Wi-Fi convergence would bring about. So as you have heard everyone say in this room earlier today, connectivity is no longer a luxury, but it is a necessity. The digital world, the digital revolution has made it critical for us to have reliable, ubiquitous coverage at all times. We want faster speeds. So with the advent of 5G, the Wi-Fi and cellular parallel networks that operated today will change. We've already seen that it has started, and we believe that it will radically change how data is accessed on the internet. With 5G's promise of higher speeds, lower latency, and the ability to support a larger number of devices, we see that as a perfect fit for the new Wi-Fi release. And it's perfectly suitable for use cases that require high throughput, low latency, things like AR, VR, autonomous vehicles, remote telemedicine, and all of those. With 5G and Wi-Fi convergence, the device would automatically be able to switch between the Wi-Fi and 5G access without any interruption. So not only will it improve the customer experience, but it's also very efficient use of a network asset. And then what you could have is you could have data offload, not just based on network condition, but also on the type of data that is used. So when you need high throughput, you offload onto the Wi-Fi access. But if you want, broader coverage, you end up using the mobile network. So, but we've also seen that we are at very early stages, and there are a lot of challenges. We think that for it to take off, there are a lot of technological innovations that are required. There are a lot of business and regulatory challenges that we need to overcome, but the benefits are very compelling. So within AT&T, we've started doing some trials. We've started evaluating some solutions from vendors, and we've started looking at how we could potentially do this and see what it would take to implement this sort of capability. So that is our perspective of 5G and Wi-Fi convergence. So to close, we believe that the world of Wi-Fi is in a period of evolution, but whatever form it would take, in our perspective, Wi-Fi is going to be super critical for the digital world we live in. So thank you, and I have sufficient time to take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Suja. Let's do a quick check. Any questions for Suja? Let's take one here.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Very good presentation.
Thank you.
So my question is, like, you are talking about QoS for Wi-Fi, and everyone is struggling towards that. In fact, Wi-Fi for the common user is told to be best effort service.
Correct.
Like it is almost for free, and at least in India, if something is for free, you cannot ask for QoS. But technically also, I want to understand a best effort service with unlicensed, unprotected spectrum, how the QoS, and what do you mean by QoS here? Is it a like QoS or a 4G like QoS, or what QoS is that?
So from our perspective, we are a mobile operator, but we are also a wireline provider. So we do offer Wi-Fi. We have we want to, there's always an overlap between mobile and Wi-Fi in a lot of places in the US. But even in the US with mobile technology, there are certain characteristics that we have. We have QoS on mobile. So for example, we know that for voice traffic, the voice traffic has to be within certain latency. So that's kind of the expectation even on Wi-Fi. If we were to put voice traffic on Wi-Fi, we need sort of the latency specifications. Okay, it should be within 300 milliseconds or one of those. So that's kind of the expectation. Even today, in mobile, for our consumers, it's best effort. But there are certain QoS characteristics that we meet as a mobile operator. We don't let voice calls take, we don't design it to take 600 milliseconds. We are limited, we constrain our device to 300 milliseconds. So that's kind of the concept that we expect on Wi-Fi.
Thank you.
Yeah, let's do it. And Sujit, I think you also mentioned that this is then real time. So AT&T, if they receive an Wi-Fi switching request, they can in real time understand is LTE better, Wi-Fi better, and that's something AT&T innovated on.
Yeah.
Let's take one more, and then we have the panel. But yeah, just one.
Not a question, but it was just a add on what you just mentioned, like in 5G and Wi-Fi. We always talk about 5QI, which is kind of now mapped with the DSCP. So you can provide some of those capabilities of QoS from 5G to Wi-Fi as well. There's already a standard.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for that nice telling the AT&T vision. So you mentioned that you decide that which application to offload to Wi-Fi. So my specific question is that, do you give a preference to the user, or you determine from a network sites that, this application is consuming more data, so it's suitable for Wi-Fi, not on the cellular?
So right now what we do is based on network condition. It's not based on the application. So we don't look at it at the application level, but it's something we could do in the future with the 5G and Wi-Fi convergence. So right now, the way we look at it is during busy hours, we see our network is congested, so let's offload during, 4 to 5 p.m. So that's kind of the concept. And there are certain locations, for example, at certain airports, we offload at all times because our network is running hot. So today, it's not done by user or by application, but purely based on the conditions we see on our network. We do it not on the device, but we do it from the network.
The policy side.
Yeah.
Well, Sujit, it seems that you will contribute to AI projects when to switch. So thank you so much again for coming and we'll join us on a panel, so we'll have a bit more time to discuss.
Thank you.
Thanks again. Careful, we have a moving stair. Okay, so next we have Mark Rayson. So he's a fellow in Cisco, but also our open roaming workgroup sharing the WBA. So working on some of these standards with fellow colleagues, and he's going to tell us a story about cellular Wi-Fi convergence.
Okay. So thanks, Bruno. Yeah, so my name is Mark Grayson. I've been at Cisco quite a while. I work on wireless technologies. So I have the Wi-Fi hat, as Bruno says. I'm chair of open roaming. But I also wear a cellular hat. I'm chair of a RAN Alliance working group for Frontal. So what I'm going to walk you through today is my view. This isn't a Cisco view. This is my reflection on 20 years of attempting to converge Wi-Fi and cellular. So please, this isn't a Cisco view, got it personal. And it's published in an Internet Protocol journal. So the latest release of Internet Protocol journal, if you're not familiar with the journal, in December, we published a piece which was lessons learned from 20 years of cellular Wi-Fi convergence. And why we thought it was interesting was the quote here from 3GPP. So I was there, 3GPP SA2, way back when. So a lot grayer, a lot older. But it's interesting, I guess, even back then, 3GPP had a vision. So 2003 was shortly after we saw regulators move to deregulate Wi-Fi usage and allow commercial use of Wi-Fi. EAPSIM, so I was involved in EAPSIM. So EAPSIM Draft 5 was 2002, and that was the first time we had multi-vendor interoperable EAPSIM 2002. So we're here 20 decades later. But anyway, so 3GPP started a study item. So it's quite interesting, I guess, in terms of the environments. So to complement 3GPP networks, so this is good text, isn't it? In environments with high user density and demand for higher data rates. And so 3GPP embarked on their first architecture there, interworking wireless LAN, to address that. And I think where we are here, we're 2 decades later, and I think there is still a driving requirement for convergence between cellular and Wi-Fi. And really, I think it's great when we're looking at 5G today, 6G tomorrow. People are starting to talk about just more data rates, but now assured service wherever those users are across the complete geography. And in particular, we've got to recognize that we have some challenges here with serving indoor users. Where I'm from the UK, we're living through an energy crisis. All of our buildings are required to become more thermally efficient. And so more thermally efficient means more foil-backed insulation, more coated glass, which means that those buildings are harder to penetrate from an RF perspective. So we want to be able to provide a seamless service wherever those users are in terms of in buildings and outdoors. And we have to recognize that we've got a densification challenge from an outdoor perspective. These are the data points just published last year from GSM Association around the reality of densifying the macro network. And you know, way back when, 2005, I was responsible for driving a small cell strategy within Cisco and engaging with AT&T on their microcell deployment. And then 2005, we thought there would be a contiguous layer of small cells that we'd be able to offload the macro to. Candidly, that hasn't materialized. We're seeing 1 or 2 small cells per macro, and we can see the stats from GSMA in terms of how the macro is going to densify. Contrast that to the reality of Wi-Fi densification. You know, we're already at sort of 60 feet separation, 50 feet, going 30 feet and below. And so we can see that the indoor Wi-Fi network has successfully densified. And so how do we then benefit from the indoor densified network if densification is going to be a necessity? And certainly from a smartphone perspective, we see Wi-Fi has been essential for supporting all smartphone services. Data points saying that 73% of all smartphone data is transmitted not over a cellular network, but over the Wi-Fi network. And data points from EU regulators point that 92% of all internet traffic is being sent over Wi-Fi networks. So clearly there is an imperative here. Okay, so we've got a clear requirement. So how has the industry looked to address this requirement? And this is meant to be controversial, but I would contend that for the last 20 years, we've fragmented this particular space. And candidly, we've failed to deliver a meaningful convergence solution. So a bit of an eye chart, but this goes through 20 years of 3GPP defined architectures for trying to converge Wi-Fi, starting with the interworking wireless LAN back in release 6, published almost just 20 years ago, going through UMA GAN. Do you remember UMA GAN? Going through some ANDSF, going through some SAMOG, going through some LWA, LTE wireless LAN aggregation, some LWIP, going through to the very latest, over this side, 3GPP and 3IWF ATSSS. And so, well, why is this fragmentation and failures? Let's look at the adoption of all of these solutions. I don't think there's been a single solution of LWIP in the whole world. There was a single solution of LWA in Taiwan, which then got decommissioned. Call out to Geo. Okay, so SAMOG. Geo is the poster child for SAMOG, the seamless integration from a mobile perspective, but that's one operator. Outside of Geo, there may be some cable MSOs, but majority haven't looked to deploy trusted Wi-Fi. I'll skip over EPDG, we'll get to the punchline. Going through, in terms of the first, we have the wireless LAN direct IP access from release 6. This is the foundation of open roaming that we've all been talking about today. So open roaming is based on a 3GPP standard published in 2004, interworking wireless LAN direct IP access. And so we can say, obviously, from Suja's perspective, fantastic that AT&T has integrated their HSS as an identity provider into open roaming. Fantastic. The US operators, brilliant. Outside of the US, we really have patchy adoption of MNOs integrating into open roaming. And obviously, over the coming months, years, we all want all of those MNOs to be part of open roaming. So maybe the jury's still out on interworking wireless LAN. But I want to talk about one which I think has been the key success. We have a build. It'll be over here. Build. There's something over here for the build. So the one success is EPDG. Back last summer, Cisco did an analysis on EPDG deployments. Turns out EPDG has been deployed not by one operator, not by 4 operators, but by 105 different countries. 333 different PLMNs have enabled EPDG. And so this got us thinking about, well, what are the lessons to be learned? We've got all of those architectures, some that have never been deployed, some have got single deployments. And then we've got another, which has seen 333 deployments of EPDGs. Can we learn lessons from this particular situation? And so we've got to say, well, EPDG doesn't solve all of my requirements. It clearly is there for voice over Wi-Fi and Wi-Fi continuity as I'm moving between cellular and Wi-Fi. What about all of the other services? And we contend that since these systems have been deployed, the internet has evolved significantly. The internet has evolved significantly, so now we see maybe 50% of the traffic as being based on HTTP3. So if you're not familiar with HTTP3, it's based on UDP Quick, and UDP Quick supports native connection migration. So no longer do we need to bolt on additional technologies to be able to migrate flows as we transition between cellular and Wi-Fi. We get that native capability within HTTP3. And the good news is, if you're on the device OEM, they've enabled their APIs to easily enable HTTP3 by default and to enable connection migration by default. And similarly, I'm going to deploy my application in the cloud. So here we see AWS CloudFront native HTTP3 support with connection migration. So check mobility, check on both the client side and the device side. I've solved mobility for the majority of my non-voice use cases. So let's think about what observations can we take away and how does that drive our thinking about open roaming and other solutions. So the first one is, observation is which Wi-Fi? we heard from Suja that AT&T have deployed, 10,000 hotspots within the US, more connectivity outside the US. But still, when we look at the service provider market, Cisco obviously happy to sell to the service providers, but we've got to recognize that 94% of the Wi-Fi market doesn't go through a service provider channel. So how do we look at all of these other segments? Because all of these other segments want to serve their visitors and guests. So the beauty of EPDG is it can work over anyone's Wi-Fi network. And so this loosely coupled approach enables all Wi-Fi segments to be leveraged. And that was one of the key sort of tenets that we integrated into Open Roaming, that Open Roaming isn't just about carrier deployed Wi-Fi networks. It's about anyone who wants to deploy Wi-Fi and serve hospitality, guests, visitors. So first one, let's look at all markets. The second one is recognizing some asymmetry. We heard from Mr. Upadhyay this morning about 19 gigabits per Indian mobile user. Just some data points from UK. We're only at 6 gigabits of use per month. But we compare that with what's on the fixed of 453, 75 times as much traffic per subscription goes over the fixed network compared with cellular. So let's not think of these as symmetrical service. Clearly Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 7, 6 gigahertz is all focused on delivering gigabit connectivity to the home. And therefore, you've got to question whether you want to transmit all of that data, all of the 453 gigabytes over the cellular network, or we want to think how smartly to support the different flows that we see over cellular and Wi-Fi networks. Second observation is, as I said, the internet continues to evolve. When we started the journey in 3GPP, the majority of the internet was unencrypted. And so carriers could derive value by observing internet traffic. Now 90% of the internet traffic is encrypted. You can't, very difficult to derive value by simply just observing that traffic. And then, as we say, in certain regions of the world, we've transitioned from HTTP2 over TCP to HTTP3 over UDP. And then obviously we know with HTTP3, we get that native connection migration. And so the internet has already started to transition to natively support multiple accesses. So I'm a host device, I can see multiple paths, and that's now embedded into the internet architecture. And the final chart that I have is path selection is complex, and we have multiple different stakeholders. Suja talked about as the AT&T absolutely is aware of load, and clearly that's a clear key metric into whether I should be offloading, but it's one metric. When we look at the other metrics, it may be that the identity provider is aware of a preferred relationship they have with an access provider, and maybe they have a particular preference there. The user is aware of whether their path is metered or unmetered, and we've talked a lot about charging. And so clearly from a consumer perspective, there's a bias towards unmetered, and so I have no financial ability or liability of the additional traffic I send over these unmetered connections. The operating system is aware of that real-time visibility of its RF environment. It knows the relative signal strengths of cellular and Wi-Fi and can use that to make better decisions. It knows about batteries. It knows about how much energy it expands in sending packets over Wi-Fi versus cellular, as we've heard today, in terms of the overall energy efficiency. So the operating system has a view. The application provider knows what type of policy delivers the best application experience, whether that's the handover, the interactive mode, the lowest latency. the application provider knows that, and the application client knows in advance, I've got an established socket. Is that socket long-lived? Is it short-lived? Can I defer migrating that socket because I know that socket is short-lived and there's going to be a new socket going to be established over a newly preferred path. So what we see is multiple different stakeholders in this very complex area of path selection. And I think here is a call out to WBA, because we know it's not just service providers. We know it's not just device OEMs. We know it's not just equipment manufacturers. We know it's not just application providers. We all need to come together within an organization and define a framework where we can accommodate all of these stakeholder requirements. And I don't see any other examples out there where all of those stakeholders can come together and can discuss how best to define the frameworks that we can deliver on a promise where we can do the optimized path selection and deliver the best application experience for users. So I don't know whether that was controversial or not, but just some reflections over the last 20 years. I'll hand it back to you, Bruno.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely some solutions and simplification to the current problems. I think we are on time, so maybe we'll just hand over the question to the panel. I think we have 1 minute, so maybe let's take just one quickly. I think Subir might have mine.
So thanks, Mark. It's a very good presentation. So in your eye chart, I think that you mentioned EPTG is possibly that most success. So, and your last one is 5G, correct? And there is no AAA interface with, I think that T3NGF to the network. So what is your vision that how EPTG solution will evolve in 5G?
Yeah, great question. And so I skipped over the 5G because we can't really say 5G is a success or a failure, because obviously release 15, there hasn't been sufficient time for us to, I guess, make that determination. But I think you're right in terms of how do we integrate these systems together. There's going to be recognition that, obviously 5G has evolved into this service-based architecture. So if you're not familiar, 5G has evolved from plain old diameter and AAA into HTTP2. And the challenge we have is how do we interface those systems into all that we have today? And I think there may well be some interworking. We've got some study items going on in 3GPP trying to look at those particular issues. And yes, the more work is required. And I think it maybe is an opportunity for WBA to drive a particular narrative in terms of what are the requirements of the market.
Okay, perfect. Thank you again, Mark. Okay, so let's move on. So our next, let me just go over the key observations. So our next speaker, to be honest, I've traveled in India for a while on many of the railways. I'm a fan, and I don't think I wanted to have managed job. So being the director of projects and operations for the main projects on RailTel is such a mission. So let me welcome you here on stage, please.
The Mark's presentation was actually gave a lot of insights in terms of the challenges and the solution also. Good afternoon, distinguished guests, senior government officials, industry friends. It's my honor to be on this stage to share my perspective and experiences. We are a central PSU under Indian Railways Ministry, and we are long distance service provider, ICT offerings, but we don't have cellular coverage. We are not into cellular space, but we are into FTTH as well as public Wi-Fi domain very well. all of us know that sustained economic growth can actually happen through digitization. And COVID times actually has taught us a lot that what is digital economy all about and why internet is must apart from the basic necessities. The broadband penetration, if we talk about, is healthy in voice domain. Voice is almost 85% plus in Indian market, but broadband coverage in terms of cellular is close to 68% of our population. This is a published data from TRI website. And the FTTH, which is fiber to home penetration, is low, but people often compare the broadband wireless versus broadband wireline, which is actually not a correct picture from my side, because everybody knows that FTTH will have only one home connection and we will be shared by 4 or 5 people. So close to 25 million to 50 million homes are there. So I think 15% of homes are already wired through FTTH through broadband. So there is a good growth, even if we talk about 20% discounting in terms of reachability and the affordability. The good growth is there in terms of the how do we increase the penetration of broadband. And since a lot of times in earlier 2 presentations, convergence is being talked about, so we strongly believe that one technology is not going to serve the purpose. We have to use multiple technologies as per the business case, as per the requirement in those areas. We are FTTH provider, as I mentioned, and our rural penetration is more. We are more active in rural penetration, and our rural contribution to FTTH Indian market is almost 10%. Predominantly because we have our strong fiber network, backbone network, which traverses through entire country along the railway track, and almost 82% of the times these tracks are passing through village areas and semi-urban areas. So that way, in terms of reachability to those places where broadband is required, we are pretty strong. But the issue comes when the homes are farther from the railway track. So last mile reachability remains a big question still. And I'm personally, as well as the industry, is also trying to find a solution that what can be the last mile solution, economical solution to support, because the ARPU, the per customer usage or per customer payment per month is quite low in those areas. So we have to find a solution to reach out to those areas. Within 3-4 kilometers, you can cover through fiber, but beyond that, you get stuck. Also because people are able to afford the per month expenses, but the upfront payment, we call it OTC in the telecom world, one-time connection charges is pretty high, and that people are not able to afford. So we have to find out the solution through collaborations and through alliances. We have covered on our own. So 18,000 villages we have covered in India on our own through business case, through collaborative relationship, without any government funding. We have almost 10,000 partners who are LCOs, last mile cable operators. We also call them access network provider. They are small entrepreneurs who survive. So if, let's say, even if they get 50, 60 connection, they are able to survive in the environment wherein they pull the fiber from our point of presence to the homes. So we have 10,000 and all of them are 6,000 of them almost are in the rural areas. So it's not only expanding our business, expanding the reach, but also how do we support their livelihood. It's their livelihood. So we are using them very, very well in terms of how do we support as well as how do we penetrate further into rural markets. Public Wi-Fi story of Railtel is quite famous in Indian market, and we have 18,000 plus public Wi-Fi hotspots. We are also doing well in the commercial Wi-Fi, but public Wi-Fi hotspots on the railway stations. So almost 6,000 plus stations already covered. So it is almost 100% rollout at all the railway stations through public Wi-Fi, wherein first 30 minutes is given free to any user. It is being accessed by more than 1 million users per day, and per month data usage together is almost 4 petabytes. Beyond half an hour, if you want to purchase, you can buy coupon, and the price is 1/5 of LTE price, LTE data price. But somehow the public Wi-Fi is always rated with the free Wi-Fi, so people are not using much, they are not buying much. Plus, half an hour is enough for them to use it at the railway stations. We also whitelisted a lot of passenger amenity services so that even half an hour, after half an hour, they can use it for train inquiry, the train booking, and all those things. But the similar public Wi-Fi is being accessed and used by so many people. I mean, I think there are some stories which are coming in media. A lot of stories are not coming in media. I mean, there are stories where people have qualified for UPSC exams, engineering exams. Some are making their livelihoods after working and then coming to a station in the evening hours. They are making some livelihoods. So a lot of media stories are reported using public Wi-Fi. So that means it's also serving the social cause to uplift the livelihood of the people. The biggest issue remains what I was talking, that public Wi-Fi is not a self-sustainable model. I'm happy that some of the countries have tried the mobile data offload, but mobile data offload in India is also being tried, but it's only within the closed domain. The public Wi-Fi is not being used anywhere in India. We have tried many things. In fact, for the expansion of the Wi-Fi across all the stations, we have partnered initially with Google. Then 2019, Google exited. Then we partnered with PGCIL. We also partnered with the USOF. We also partnered with Tata. So there were so many partners who came forward and gave us the funding requirement or even the equipments also to expand the Wi-Fi network. The OpEx itself is extremely high because you have to maintain so many stations, some of the stations are out of even the road coverage also. So reaching there is also a problem. You have to go by train only to repair them. So we have tried multiple models, and latest, almost few months back, we have sold our rights of images, banners, videos, even SSID also to a consortium to make money and share with us. So it's a new experimentation which we are going through. I'm not sure whether this has any parallel in the world, but it's quite exciting, where we want to not only serve the ads purpose, the hyper local ad purpose, but we are also wanting to launch a lot of microservices like porter services or even food aggregation, a lot of small services which will make small money. But we also want to be, I mean, if you go through the railway journey, a lot of you may not be knowing that in many trains, the shopkeeper travels to sell his clothes, to sell the other small things. And people are not aware. It's only he has to sell through all the compartments and all. We are trying to see whether he can advertise that he is in train, he is in so coach number so and so. So all these small services we are trying to do, but journey is long. I know that journey is not easy, but journey has started, because if this comes through, then I think the OpEx part will be taken care by this experimentation. On the PM1 also, we had a lot of deliberation going on for public Wi-Fi for last couple of years, and it was reviewed by the Parliament Committee a few days back in Andaman Nicobar. And I raised this point again, that USOF was made to serve the rural connectivity part in rural India. But somehow the rural part is not truly touched by those funding which has been spended, which has been put into the fiber laying. But somehow the homes are not lit. Only fiber laying is not going to solve the purpose. Until the homes are lit, the homes are internet wired. So those actions we are taking on ground, even with regulator also, even with wherever we get the platform to talk about we're raising this issue. And I'm happy that they have taken the note and they asked me to prepare a business case based on which they will recommend to Telecom Ministry to fund. Let's see how it unfolds. This is just a summary of what I have spoken already, that how do we collaborate? One thing which we are trying currently, so test is not successful, but we are trying to see that whether any public Wi-Fi can be broadcasted another SSID through home FTTH connection. And if that public SSID can be used by any person passing through those areas, can we incentivize the FTTH customer through that data usage? It's a very, very different thing, but I'm not sure whether this will get successful because you have two major issues. One is regulatory issue in terms of compliances, security compliances. Second thing is how do we incentivize? How do we incorporate that data users? So let's say if you're passing through a home and you get the SSID and you have used the data, whether that incentivization can happen in terms of metering and all. But this is the experiment we are trying to do. If this experiment is successful, then all of home Wi-Fi's can actually become a broadcaster of the public Wi-Fi also and give a lot of coverage to people passing through and all. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I think because we are heading towards the panel, I would just leave the questions now to the panel. So Manoj, I would invite you just to join us once again, and very nice picture. Thank you. I think it represents well all this magic on trains in India. Thank you for including it. But yeah, let me invite our previous speakers. So Sujit John from AT&T, Mark Grayson from Cisco, and Manoj from Railtel. Okay. We manage it. Yeah. Yeah, so I know that there have been several requests for questions, so I'll try just to keep these first rounds a bit more quick, and we already know all our speakers, so that's a fast start. I would just like to set the scene because I knew we had this conference focused on Wi-Fi. I had a colleague traveling in India recently, and I asked him, can you please try the Wi-Fi? Let me know how it goes. And I think our first discussion preparing this panel was, okay, we are in India, there are challenges, opportunities. So I'll ask you for your top challenge and opportunity when it comes to expanding cellular coverage and capacity, but giving you these examples. So my colleague, he was in this train station around the Varanasi location. I think it's quite touristic and busy. And as a tourist, he could not do the OTP, so no way for him to offload, then maybe pay a voucher. And at the same time, he got connected to 2.5G. So that's edge. So that's between 2G and 3G. So maybe Manoj, starting with you as you just finished the panel, what's your take on what's the Railtel opportunity and challenge to solve this type of problems?
I think I highlighted the problem statements that self-sustainability of public Wi-Fi is a major issue, and we are requesting regulator or DOT again and again to do viability gap funding. So we are not asking entire money. We are saying this: give us the viability gap. It can be a reimbursement basis. It can be upfront. Opportunity-wise, as I mentioned that we are serving more than 1 million users every day. So opportunity-wise, there are a lot of stories, a lot of people who have used internet first time at railway stations using mobile devices. I think most of the people may knowing that mobile penetration in India is much more than the laptop penetration. So that means that people are using internet on the mobile and less on laptop because of laptop affordability issue and all. So serving wise, I think the how do we enable even the lowest scatter of the people in terms of set of the people to support internet services? Opportunity wise, we are discussing for last couple of days that the train video surveillance systems. Indian Railway is thinking of deploying video surveillance inside the coaches and inside the loco also. Now they have to transfer data between the journey from one station to another station. They will collect the data in the storage and then they want to offload data using Wi-Fi. So currently this trial is being doing. So we are trying to resolve this issue or solve this issue through Wi-Fi offload. If it happens, then it will be an upliftment of the entire Wi-Fi infrastructure across railway station again. So opportunity-wise, we keep on exploring that what are the options available, how do we make it more cost-effective, and how do we get fund support, or how do we optimize the expense and all. So these are the things. Thank you.
So right now, you know the way you want to go. So it's more about getting the support, business case, to really go and make some improvements. Very interesting. So maybe Suja, on that note, when you launched PassPoint, I think LTE was already mainstream and 5G was about to come. So I think you launched 2016. How did AT&T find the time, the investment to build this business case and really go forward with deploying PassPoint and doing these offloads?
I think we did PassPoint in 2012. That was
the initial
work we did PassPoint. And the business case for it was fundamentally because of all the traffic that we see on the mobile network. It was at the point where we saw a significant jump in data traffic, and it made sense for us to do the investment in PassPoint, mainly because if you look at the number of cell sites we would have had to build, it would have been huge. And there was also, the US is a very competitive market. So, there are other operators there as well. So it made sense for us to offload traffic onto Wi-Fi at that point, given the cost that we were looking at.
So more look internally, set your own strategy, and just don't go with the trends or anything that could happen. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, then maybe Mark, again, from the infrastructure vendor perspective, finding the budgets to put some engineering resources on something that is not warranted. How do you think you bootstrap this decision to bet more on seamless integration of Wi-Fi with cellular?
Yeah, I think using the example of the rail corridor, it's one of the hardest things to cover, and I think that's worldwide. And maybe there's a recognition that the mobile business works great in urban areas, great investment, great return, suburban areas, and on the borderline of rural, but it starts to break down when we are indoors, because the landlord says, "Hey, I want a single network to serve all of my guests, visitors, employees," and it breaks down in rural because of the economics, and therefore leading to something which is more shared. So I think the opportunity is to, I guess, showcase the value of Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is neutral host by default. It was always there from the get-go, and I think cellular, is now recognizing they have a neutral host problem, and then there are works in flight to try and address those limitations. But I would focus on that neutral host aspect, because then we have a single infrastructure where we can layer on many different business plans. And I think the beauty and the benefit of Wi-Fi is that it is so flexible. And so it can simultaneously support rail operations as well as consumer and retail offerings, and we can build those different businesses on top.
Yes, and the good example is wireless at SG in Singapore, where it was a neutral host with all the carriers doing the offload. So maybe that's a way also to push it here in India. Can we have like a live test bed with all these carriers coming together and working and testing it live? But yes, so I would like to go back to some of the questions that we could not address during the presentations. So maybe I would open for the first rounds of questions. Anyone would like to start? Yeah, please, this gentleman in the front. If you can just state your name.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Dr. S.N. Gupta. I'm with BIAP, and also I have my own forum of connecting the unconnected through Wi-Fi. So my question is with our partner Manoj, and who made a great presentation, all of them, and that. And Manoj, when you mentioned about the need for the viability gap funding for making a business case, so I'll go back in the morning presentation by the Deputy Director General of the of DOT actually, and he mentioned 2-3 things, and one was debated very hotly, and that was the PM-WANI. The PM-WANI government have mainly disintegrated, deregulated everything, especially the PDO, PDO-A don't have to pay any license fee, any AGR revenue share, no spectrum usage charges, and also according to my own studying, no GST also. That is what I feel. So that is one kind of, let us say, leverage or concession given by the government. So whether in your business model you have made use of that or planning to make use of that concession. The second thing, the same Director General mentioned about a new term which they have initiated, and that is the BNU, the BharatNet Udmi scheme. So he was telling if you use FTTH as a backbone for the PM-WANI, then the setup cost is reimbursed by the government. And that is a big concession, actually, whether that has been taken into account. And the third thing is from my side, like there was a concept of CSC in India a few years back, the citizen service company or providing citizenship company, like you are providing Wi-Fi through your public hotspot at about 6,000 railway stations you have mentioned. So why, or is there a possibility or a plan to include, in addition to the access or connectivity, these citizen services also? And not only citizen services, at a railway station, which becomes a sort of hotspot, so many people come there and go from there and wait there. So can you add other, let us say, grocery items, which travelers friendly things, in addition to the citizen services and your Wi-Fi access? I think that can make a business case more attractive. So any.
Thank you, sir. I think you asked 3 questions. Firstly, the Bharat Udmi is not applicable for us. I think it is mentioned, they are mentioning only for the selected telecom player. Second thing is, they were struggling. So frankly, they were struggling because the ISP charges, the IBW charges quoted by all the leading gods of telecom in India were extremely high. Extremely high. I mean, for 100 Mbps, they were charging 6 lakh rupees. Can you imagine? You have 600 rupees of ARPU in your home at 100 Mbps. So we facilitated that. And our plan for backhauling PM-WANI is the cheapest in country. It is just 1,300 rupees. That's all, with 2 petabytes or 2.5 petabytes. That we are facilitating. We are taking all the steps to fuel it, to mobilize the movement further. On the CSC piece, we gave them around 30 odd kiosks. We actually did 200 kiosks with use of funding. And those digital kiosks at the railway station were meant only for the digital services, not for selling a physical thing. CSC tried at 30 stations, but it could not take off. We have again given some of the digital kiosks to few NGOs who are trying out the medical services. The medical services is very cheap cost. I mean, 20 rupees ECG, 10 rupees blood pressure, those kind of attempts are being made right now, using those kiosks and then transmitting over public Wi-Fi to data center for analysis by doctors and all. We are trying many, I mean, I'm not able to decorate everything here, but since you mentioned that, so we are trying every bit of it so that we take out the complete juice and facilitate not so privileged, not so well-off people to use the telecom services in the far-off places, right from Kashmir to Kanyakumari. On the business case front, we are open to more experiments. And I think PM-WANI is just a overlay of the public Wi-Fi. PM-WANI itself is not public Wi-Fi. PM-WANI is just an overlay just to access the public Wi-Fi. So if the public Wi-Fi network itself is weak, PM-WANI cannot do miracle. It is as simple as that. PM-WANI is just a method, just a mobile app to access the public Wi-Fi network across, because they are in silos. PM1 has some of the flaws which people are trying to resolve it. For example, multiple apps are being used. There's a lot of resources getting wasted there. Second thing is PM1 still does not support the Wi-Fi roaming. So even if I am selling paid Wi-Fi at 10 rupees for 5 GB pack in a day, 10 rupees, you can imagine. You don't get even a water in 10 rupees. 10 rupees for 5 GB pack in a station. The person does not purchase because he is not sure when he will come back to the station next time. So Wi-Fi roaming or open roaming will actually facilitate whether he will be taking care of buying the prepaid coupons and use it across any of the networks. PM1 still does not support that. So I appeal to WPA to come forward and offer some of the hybrid solution wherein the data security and issues are resolved, and yet all the public Wi-Fi networks can be connected so that people can use them very, very freely. Thank you.
No, thank you, Manoj. And this is, yeah, no, this is being immersed on our work groups, and PM1 was recently referenced as well. But maybe I would like to double click, Suja, on this, business case topic, where AT&T, from our knowledge, is one of the few operators in the world that, in fact, creates some value for venues, right? So now in the US, we are doing an assessment on networks, and there is this company that has 5,000 chain restaurants, and they accept AT&T offload, and there is some mutual interest. So how do you build these relationships that basically AT&T as a benefit and the local parties also, benefit from it?
I think a lot of it is venue by venue, location by location. And, the roaming agreements are not free. So as an operator, in many cases, we do pay for our subscribers using it. So we do reimburse the venue operator for the use of the facility, the use of the Wi-Fi capabilities at the venues. We fundamentally, the business case for us is if we don't offload to Wi-Fi, our customers are going to have a bad experience. And as an operator, from our perspective, it's more costly to go and put in building DAS solutions and in building small cells versus using a Wi-Fi roaming agreement where we pay for that.
Yes. So it's kind of a win-win type situation, but takes some education. And you mentioned venue by venue.
Yes.
So that work needs to be done. And the high profile, I recall you did Dome Depot, for instance, as
Yes.
one of the flagships.
Yes.
So maybe that's what we have to find here in the community, some enterprise to get us started. Yeah, and maybe Mark, I think on this business case note, but also on the new tools and techniques. Of course, we talked about open roaming, but this being also a conversation about expanding seller coverage and optimizing that. Do you believe other open roaming flavors could help building the confidence into this premise?
Other open roaming flavors. So obviously we've got a project pudding which is open roaming for 5G. I don't know if that's the flavor you're referring to, but so I guess when we look at private 5G, recognizing that there is public 5G, fantastic. But I guess there's an aspiration or there's a hope that we can deploy 5G in private environments. And so candidly, I guess if that sort of hypothesis is successful, we're going to have millions of private 5G networks. I think Vodafone estimates by the end of the decade in Europe there are going to be 1 million private 5G networks. And so when we've gone from 700, 800 cellular operators to now 1 million private networks, we contend that the problems that you face in that successful scenario from a private 5G perspective are similar in scope from the ones that the Wi-Fi industry has faced over its history. And therefore, are there key learnings that we can take from how Wi-Fi has addressed these challenges and reapply those to private 5G? So that's what we're trying to drive into 3GPP. We've got a study item from a release 19 perspective, which is scheduled to complete next month, hopefully. And so if that conclusion is successful, then we will see, I think they're calling it cellular hotspot, 5G cellular hotspot type definitions to be integrated into the 5G requirements, which then trigger the architectures, the stage 3 work to scale 3GPP architectures to address these private deployments. I don't think we've seen that yet. I think, as an industry, we're trying to look far into the future about what success looks like and what are the jigsaw pieces we need to put in place to be able to serve that success. Susha, please.
So one of the things we've done in the US, something that we are, it's very recent, is that we do use private networks, but it's set up by the enterprise. So a classic example is Facebook. Facebook is using unlicensed, sort of lightly licensed spectrum and have deployed private network. But similar to Wi-Fi, we've enabled the capability for an AT&T subscriber to use that capability. It's not done typically via roaming, but it's using another 3GPP feature called MOCN, Multi-Operator Core Network, to offload traffic onto that private network. In this particular case, the enterprise has chosen to use that in addition to Wi-Fi, mainly because of capacity needs. So there are solutions out there. There are you can solve. There are reasons that the enterprise chooses to go that way, and there are you just have to. It like I said, it is based on an enterprise, based on reason why Meta went down that path was their employees they didn't want to wire their entire office with Ethernet cables and things like that. So they wanted wireless access for their employees, and they wanted their employees to choose any operator, mobile phones from any operator, and they wanted to provide the coverage and capacity.
So kind of a hybrid solution, and
yes,
you need both in most cases. And
yes,
the employees use the laptops, right, with Wi-Fi chip sets only. Yeah, very good example. Thanks, Susha. So I think we are reaching the time, but maybe Manoj, I would like to end with an aspirational question for you. So you mentioned you have 1 million users connecting to your networks today. So in the world where all these problems will be solved, the backhaul, the last mile, have you ever made a study on how many users you would be connecting?
So if we see the statistics of Indian Railways, see, one Australia travels on Indian Railways every day. And our Wi-Fi penetration at railway station is not even 10%. So you can imagine the numbers which will scale up. So we are trying to see, many times people are not even aware that Wi-Fi exists in those areas. We are trying to find out that how do we do physical advertisement also apart from digital advertisements. So there are many methods and tricks which we are trying to do. So I think the numbers will swell like anything. I mean, even if we do not reach 100%, even if we reach 40, 50% of the mark, I'm sure a lot of advertisers are going to line up behind us.
Any final remarks?
Well, I was just going to add in terms of curating networks, I think that's particularly when we're in a distributed model. So open roaming being distributed, how do you curate those? So that there is no central authority, as there is in PNY, that has all of that information. And so obviously we're working with WBA to deliver the tools to the industry to allow us to curate all of the open roaming access networks. We've taken a first step along that journey. Hopefully, stay tuned during the rest of this year, but hopefully, when we meet again in Delhi, we'll be able to show how you can scale the curation of all of your access networks.
So the only thing I would I want to tell Manoj is that even in the US, we have the equivalent. We have Amtrak, and we do open roaming. We use Passpoint with the Amtrak implementation. So
sure, I'll reach out. Thank you.
We have verticals, we use cases, but yeah. So with this, the 5G work group will carry on talking a lot about the cellular coverage and expansion. So if you are interested, please feel free to reach out to the WBA staff. and we'll happily get involved on our work group activities. With this, I would like to thank our esteemed panelists for the great presentations today and for the panel and all the questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So my name is Steve Namasavam. I work for the Wireless Broadband Alliance. I'm in charge of our industry alliances and our memberships. I'm going to be moderating the last session of the day. We're going to jump in to try and make sure that people can get home on time. I know some of you will be taking flights back home, so we don't want to make you late as well. Okay, so our first session of the day, I would like to invite my colleague. Put this clicker. Yep. So here's our agenda for the remainder of the day. So first off, I would like to invite my colleague, Bruno Thomas, to come to the stage and talk about AFC and bringing it to life. So Bruno, welcome to the stage.
Yeah, thank you so much, Steve. I think we need some solutions, future-looking solutions to some of the problems we have discussed here today. So I'll just provide a quick brief on the 6 gigahertz AFC journey. This has been a project WBA endeavor since 2020, already 4 years. And I think, you know, other regions in the world, definitely based on what we hear today, should also embrace it and bring it to life. I will just pick up on the first slide, one of the first slides Tiago presented this morning. That was the WBA roadmap, but now with the perspective on what we are feeling on our work groups. So across all these activities, what comes first is what are the use cases for me to even look into the 6 gigahertz and why should I do AFC? So I'm seeing on our 5G work group, the IoT, the next gen Wi-Fi 7, the roaming, that we have vertical industry joining the WBA and they are coming to talk us about their challenges. So we had Railtel example here. Of course, we have these very high density stadiums that today are still not being able to cater to all the uplink that the attendees of these sporting events do. Then the container ships, more and more, they have so much data that they have to offload once a cargo arrives at a certain port. So yeah, this is across the board what we are seeing in the WBA, that the demand is there. So no reason to wait more to justify the needs. At the same time, we talk about some Wi-Fi innovation here today, but just to give you a quick perspective, just in 2023, we delivered 18 projects across different topics. So Wi-Fi, I would say, is blossoming. The technology we have today will not solve the future problems that are, arising. So you can see again from, new managed Wi-Fi architectures, the QoS work, we are increasing security. So it's becoming more and more robust. And this is the time to do, one step forward and adopt the new generation of Wi-Fi. This is just a short survey and some data points to bring here to you today. Again, 3 dimensions. One is the industry is demanding it because of their investment decisions. Then the use cases are there. And finally, we have tools and solutions today that allow you to go forward. But you can see when it comes to the importance of the availability of spectrum on 6 gigahertz to invest more money on Wi-Fi, 82% consider it's either important, very important, or critical. So this is how significant it is for the P&L of companies that are betting on Wi-Fi. Also interesting that when it's asked what's the most important use case, they believe the no impact of the legacy airwaves, it's critical. So for the first time, we have this pristine spectrum where you don't have the 2.4 or the 5 gigahertz devices really, impacting the band. Also coexistence, it's very important for them. So again, going back to the cellular integration, and pretty much everyone wants even more spectrum for a license. Sometimes we are asked the question, so we have the 1200, does the Wi-Fi industry need even more? And the answer is always yes. So the more you give me, it will be used in the short term. The other angle is the convergence and offload. I think we briefly talked about this here today. I will just reinforce that 6 gigahertz accelerates the time to market for 5G. So 5G is the mother of all networks. We have all the mechanisms to make it available. But what we did an analysis, the cost per bit. So if you complement Wi-Fi with 5G, especially with standard power, you have a delta, of course, on price. That's the nature of the maturity of the market, but you are lowering overall cost per bit, augmenting the power of Wi-Fi. And finally, I will not, again, delve onto open roaming here, but I will just say that something not discussed today deeply is that open roaming networks can be monetized. So open roaming standard has different releases. We have been talking about facilitating the onboarding on settlement-free type use cases, but there is an automated mechanism that you can build your customers based on some radius records. Setting the scene for these opportunities, let's go then into the 60 GHz and the AFC. So our perspective is that it takes some time for both the countries, the regulators, to come together and define a strategy. I think after the US move, all the things will go faster now. So the regulators will be more proficient. They will have more data. So it will be about the companies to adapt and start studying 60 GHz and AFC transition already. So if you have, of course, you build access points, wireless LAN controllers, Wi-Fi clients, devices, this should be the time to start doing some investigation and planning in terms of the roadmap, especially because you have things like you can see geolocation where you have to send, where is my IP? So it can basically understand the frequencies that it can use for the standard power operation of these Wi-Fi networks. On this example, these are some of the building blocks that were built based on the FCC consultation. So this is a multi-year process. You first need to consult the market whether there are enough interests on providing the services. Our impression is that every country in the world will have either regional or global organizations that will want to do it. And India, given the momentum we are seeing, will be no exception. There are some standards also for the AFC. So both the Wind Forum and the Wi-Fi Alliance, they come up with standards that will govern how the operation works and how the system should be built. Then there will be reference implementations of these standards. In the end, everything we are doing for the 1200 megahertz that are available in the US is to understand, depending on the channel size and width, how much bandwidth you can use in a certain location. So these are the building blocks. So you need to have the incumbents databases sorted out in every country for the system to work. You need to build a reference implementation to go to those databases and understand, can I operate on this coordination on this location, yes or no? And finally, you need to have a way to ask the platform to talk with the AP and share those frequencies. WBA and our humble recommendation of setting an AFC strategy in India. So the momentum is coming for Wi-Fi 6E, Wi-Fi 7, Wi-Fi Alliance certification was announced. The Open AFC is also an open standard that is made available to everyone that would like to consult it and adopt it. So in the end, we believe that all the milestones for the AFC ecosystem to succeed are there. We at the WBA, we focus really on the commercialization work. So the stakeholders here in the region that would like to join forces and consult operator deployment guidelines, organize some field trials that include both Wi-Fi 7 and some initial AFC mechanisms, that will be possible in the short term. At the same time, the uniqueness of the stakeholders is very important. So you need everyone from the operators to the chipset, to the infrastructure vendors, to the client manufacturers to really make this work. It's very difficult to sort it out everything in our lab. So our recommendation is, again, to go faster to market, to come together and just drive all these in a joint group or forum. Yeah, so we are eager to bring this vision of Wi-Fi 7, AFC, and open roaming as the new connectivity benchmark. In more detail, we have some papers and information on how the Open AFC system solution works. You can see that it has an engine that is basically where the databases of the incumbents from the regulator are connected. These databases can be very dynamic. So for instance, in the US, there is a daily ULS database that the system is poking. So from one day to the other, in fact, the frequencies an access point can't operate might be different. So that's why the engine is so important. Then on the lower end, you can connect those APs to the platform. So either standalone APs or proxies for devices. So imagine you have a couple devices on this hotel, you can have a proxy that talks with the engine and you understand which frequencies you can use. Very important also is that by the rule, you have to do a daily recheck. So every day, every 24 hours, the AP needs to ask the network which are the frequencies that can be used. On a more visual perspective, this is one example. So we organize these events in the US. This is Chicago, and this is live in the US, right? So we have real databases from the incumbents. So the fixed links you can see it in black. This might be the coverage for an airport, or can be some special operations from the military going into Lake Michigan. But everything is recorded, and you overlay all the incumbents links on a map. And what you do is that, okay, I want to build a standard power Wi-Fi network here. I want to augment the power as much as possible and give the best service. And the engine, the AFC, what it does is to compute, okay, so for your radius, this is an ellipse. These are, the incumbents where you might find some interference. It's quite interesting because if you look at first, well, I cannot deploy standard power here, so I have to throttle down the power. But when you go deep, if we think about, of course, it's a tall building, but most of these links, they pass all above the cities to go direct to some type of location. So interestingly enough, for a very busy city like Chicago, city center, you have lots of channels still open to operate. So only 2 of the largest channels, these are the 320 that basically in the beginning might not be the approach for usage unless you are doing really large type exchanges. But if you see the 160 megahertz channels, you can still use most of them. So it's very good news when you are planning to invest and augment the power of your Wi-Fi 7 with the AFC in the near future. This is really to say that we need to go to market now. So we have built all these Wi-Fi 7 trials program. And the idea is to go deployment scenario by deployment scenario, use case by use case, and prove it in the field. So everyone is invited to participate. So if you have some equipment, if you have a venue that you would like to promote and get started with these technologies, we are happy to join forces. We have Tiger teams. One flagship example was with CDOT. So we did a Wi-Fi 6 trial with CDOT in a certain set of schools, and it produced quite some relevant results that then helped the industry to deploy Wi-Fi 6. So yeah, I think this is really the message I wanted to bring today. Let's start the journey. We are here to help. We hope Indian market soon moves on, and let's all together create this new connectivity benchmark for Wi-Fi. Thank you so much.
There's time. Any questions for Bruno? Otherwise, I think we can move forward. Okay, good. So moving forward to our next speaker, I would like to invite Paramjit Puri, our friend from the Wi-Fi Alliance, come forward to the stage. So Param, I believe you're going to be talking about 2024 and Wi-Fi, a year of innovation. So.
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. I know it's the fag end of the day, and it's always difficult, when you come towards the end of the day and you're all eager to go back home. But anyway, thank you to the WBA for inviting us, to inviting Wi-Fi Alliance. Wi-Fi Alliance and the WBA, we work very closely together in a number of projects, a number of task groups, basically for the future enhancement and development of Wi-Fi. So thank you. I'm based in Bangalore, and I'm the Senior Director for Membership for EMEA and APAC region for the Wi-Fi Alliance. Yeah. So, yeah, so actually, when I was asked to speak in this event, the Wireless Global Congress event, and speaking, in my own country, I wasn't very sure, what I should speak about here, because it's a double dilemma. India on one hand has got so much of potential, but on the other hand, the Wi-Fi community and the Wi-Fi enablement in India is very, very poor. Whatever we might have heard speakers speak in the morning, yes, we have done a tremendous job in enforcing 5G in one of the shortest possible span, and great kudos to the cellular operators of India for that, the two cellular operators. And, we are a UPI-enabled country, digital payment, all that, phenomenal job. And kudos to the government for, enabling that, yeah. But when it comes to Wi-Fi, the unlicensed part of the connectivity, and, we honestly believe that the most important communication technology in the globe is Wi-Fi. Whether, the IMT guys might, differ to that, but still, I honestly believe that, Wi-Fi is the most important communication technology. And I somehow, and I always say this in all the events when I speak in India, that unfortunately, in India, our telecom operators did not take any interest, in Wi-Fi. And that is the reason why, we are today at what we are. If our telecom operators, had taken a somewhat more interest, in the development of the unlicensed technology or the Wi-Fi deployment, maybe we wouldn't have been in such a situation. And I really don't know, what is the way forward, because the other thing which I wanted to talk about is that the world has evolved to the 6 gigahertz spectrum. The Wi-Fi Alliance launched Wi-Fi 7 on the 8th of January at CES USA. But I really don't know, and I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about Wi-Fi 7, but then I wonder, that does it, make sense, to talk about Wi-Fi 7 or not? Sorry, this is not moving forward. I'm pressing to the right. Sorry. Oops. Yeah. Anyway, this slide we can dispense with. This is just, the 5 focus areas of the Wi-Fi Alliance. I don't know how many people of you are aware of the Wi-Fi Alliance, but Wi-Fi Alliance was formed in 1999 with 7 companies, as member companies, and we own the trade name Wi-Fi. And of course, after that, a lot of work has started in the development of various Wi-Fi technologies and with complementing technologies. We do a lot of work around global 6 gigahertz spectrum availability, harmonization. We've been speaking to TRAI and DOT also, and we were an active participant in the WRC 2023 in Dubai, which recently, just got over. And, we were lucky to get hold of Dr. Mittal, the telecom secretary, to come to our stall, the Wi-Fi Alliance stall, which we had at Dubai. And we showed him, what it means to operate, Wi-Fi on the 6 gigahertz. And we showed him the demonstration of Wi-Fi 7 through Broadcam. We showed him the Meta glasses, the AR/VR glasses, and the smart Ray-Ban glasses, which Meta has developed in collaboration with, with Ray-Ban, and the power of 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. So we are hoping for the decision for India to open up the 6 gigahertz. And of course, I know that our IMT friends have also been pushing them very aggressively that that spectrum has to be, it has to be it has to be thrown open for sale. So, I really don't know what's going to happen, but sincerely hope that, that the government will take a very cognizant decision and at least open up. I'm definitely not going to open up the entire 1200 megahertz, but we definitely hope they will open up partial, of the 1200 megahertz for Wi-Fi and unlicensed here. This is a snapshot of some of our customers, both global and India. We have close to 1,000 members across the globe, and we have some very interesting organizations from India also who are members, including Airtel, who's also a member. And so, like I said that, I wanted to talk about, the 6 gigahertz and the new Wi-Fi 7, but I wasn't sure that should I talk, but then I said, no, at least we should know, India, our country should know, what is happening in the rest of the world in terms of the unlicensed and Wi-Fi. So if you look at this particular slide, almost, close to 1,200, more than 1,100 devices from 6 gigahertz products have been certified by the Wi-Fi Alliance, and more than 800 million 6 gigahertz devices will enter the market this year. And like Bruno mentioned in the earlier presentation, standard power 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi will drive a 50% or greater increase in overall AP shipments by 2028. These are some of the mobile phones, Apple, Samsung, Google, Motorola, they all support 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi. And Wi-Fi 7 APs are already hitting the market. It is expected that 233 million Wi-Fi 7 products will hit the market in 2024, and about 576 million Wi-Fi 6E products will hit the market in 2024. Another perspective, the 6 gigahertz momentum, 2.5 billion 6 gigahertz devices by 2028. And in 2025, it will touch about 1.2 billion. So this is the power of the unlicensed. This is the power of Wi-Fi, which is the biggest technology in the unlicensed side. And again, we're not competing with IMT. We are complementing and we're working together. But are we subservient to the IMT technology? In India, especially, the cellular technology is considered far more sexier. The 5G and the 6Gs are considered far more sexier than Wi-Fi technology. And the government gets more money to earn, from the selling of the license. I can understand that, But the economic value, if the government looks at the economic value of Wi-Fi, which has, there've been enough case studies presented to the government that, which proves that, if you open up the Wi-Fi for usage in our rural areas, in our urban areas, and all over, and we spend, we set up more public Wi-Fi hotspots, which can again only happen with the help of the telcos. Maybe one, suggestion could be that the USO fund or the Nidhi fund, which is called now, why don't we use that for setting up, Wi-Fi hotspot? Because I know the operators say that there is no business case for, Wi-Fi. So maybe that can take care of, but there is a business case for setting up Wi-Fi for the ordinary users of this country, for the normal users of this country who are hankering for connectivity here. So that is something which can be looked into. And, maybe, I don't know, maybe, the cellular operators can take this up with the government, or the government needs to take this up with the cellular operators here. Sorry. Yeah, just a quick update on what's the latest in the 6 gigahertz regulatory scenario. So full 6 gigahertz band has been adopted by these countries on the left: Argentina, Salvador, Brazil, Guatemala, Canada, Honduras, Colombia, Peru, Costa Rica, Saudi, Dominican Republic, South Korea, and United States of America. And this is the recent news. Altogether, totally about 70 countries have opened up the 6 gigahertz spectrum for unlicensed and Wi-Fi. South Africa adopted the lower 6 gigahertz, Mexico, lower 6 gigahertz. They postponed the decision on the remaining. Europe favors license exempt use of the upper 6 gigahertz band. So they are veering towards more opening of the entire 1200 megahertz. UK, same thing. No change outcome for the 6 gigahertz WRC. Russia adopted the lower, etc. We are still waiting for India's decision. Hopefully, that they had said after the WRC, they'll take some kind of a decision. Can we move to the next slide? Sorry, this is not moving. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, just a quick outcome of WRC 2023. I was there in the WRC 2023, and, like I said, we had a stall along with the Dynamic Spectrum Alliance, DSA, and, we were lucky to get Telecom Secretary to come and, take a look at that. And, the many other countries, came and took a look at what we were showing. So these are some of the decisions which were taken, at the WRC. And, the upper 6 gigahertz band was identified for IMT in Europe, Africa, and a few other countries. And with the provision that this band is also used for the implementation of radio LANs like Wi-Fi. And the WRC 23, the last one is very important, rejected proposals to expand the 6 gigahertz IMT identification to other countries, or to consider such IMT identifications at the next conference, which is going to be held in 2027. So whatever decision has been taken, that's the final decision. There'll be no more discussions on opening up of the 6 gigahertz band for IMT as per the WRC 2023. I'm sorry, it doesn't seem to be working. Yeah, can I move it? Yeah, next one. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so like I mentioned, the Wi-Fi Alliance, launched Wi-Fi 7 certified, and with the launch of the Wi-Fi 7 globally across the globe, and not that the Wi-Fi 7 products hadn't been launched in the market. Many Wi-Fi 7 products came into in the market in the middle of last year in 2023, but we were waiting to get our act together, and finally the Wi-Fi certified program is over, which basically means the power of Wi-Fi 7 means that even in the today's existing 2.4 and 5 gigahertz spectrum, the Wi-Fi 7 APs and the Wi-Fi 7 devices will give you the maximum optimization performance. And if countries which have opened up the 6 gigahertz bandwidth, obviously they will get the full potential of Wi-Fi 7 here, which is far more than Wi-Fi 6E, that is Wi-Fi 6 in the 6 gigahertz here. So I'm telling this, to the audience over here, to the August audience over here. Unfortunately, there are no government folks over here. They're all left. I don't think there are any telco folks over here. I see one gentleman from COI Vikram. Thank you for coming. And maybe, you can, give our part of the story to, to the Airtel and Jio and the Vodafone Idea and BSNL. Yeah, thank you very much. So I just, once again, I don't want to repeat this because I think many people have spoken about the various technologies and the feature advancements of Wi-Fi 7. But like I said, the actual power or the potential of Wi-Fi 7 will be unleashed only in the 6 gigahertz spectrum here. Yeah. So some of the things which are very important and which, today the IMT technology probably does not have in its use cases, and the number of products they have in the 6 gigahertz is the 320 megahertz channels, which is double of what is available today under Wi-Fi 6E. So this allows for maximum high throughput and gives you the advertised speeds of 40 gigabits per second in Wi-Fi 7. So that's the actual advertised speed, and we have tested it under lab conditions that Wi-Fi 7 actually gives you 40 gigabits per second, as throughput and as speeds here. And then, of course, most important, the multi-link operation, which allows for very minimum latency and allows you to send and receive, signals, radio frequencies over various diverse bands, and allows for low latency, so you can work on applications like AR, VR, XR, immersive 3D training, gaming, automotive, industrial IoT, home IoT, you name it here. All the applications, and including things like emergency preparedness combination, which is allows for national security and emergency preparedness to the end users, for the governments, for the use of the government, for the users, and so that at the same time maintaining the priority and the quality of service over the Wi-Fi access networks. So Wi-Fi multiple RUs to single station allows for better, efficient optimization of the bandwidth, and the 512 compressed ROCX gives you 20%. Sorry, the 4K. If the 4K QAM gives you 20% performance boost over Wi-Fi 6. So these are some of the advantages and benefits of of the Wi-Fi certified 7. And I mentioned about the use cases. Whether we like it or not, as we progress and as we move towards the generation of tomorrow, is going to demand, not us, they're going to demand for these use cases, gaming and esports, multi-user AR, VR, XR, industrial IoT, automotive industry, national security and emergency preparedness systems, high definition video, hybrid work, rich telepresence, immersive 3D training. All these applications, unfortunately, without belittling the cellular technology, is not available on IMT. This is only available on Wi-Fi in the 6 gigahertz band, whether it's Wi-Fi 6E and more so in the Wi-Fi 7, which is the latest technology in the Wi-Fi side. So the users are going to demand this here. The new generation is going to demand this here. So it's up to us in India, in our country, whether do we want our new generation, our future generation, our present generation to have access to all this, or we are saying, no, hey guys, you cannot have access to all this because India is not yet ready, for the latest generation of Wi-Fi. So that's a very telling point, and we have to ask this very hard question to ourselves there. Can I have the next slide, please? Sorry, Pedro. Yeah. So I just want to end, I don't want to talk much because we're at the fag end of the day, that 2024 is the 25th year of Wi-Fi. We are celebrating the silver jubilee of Wi-Fi. Can I have the next slide? Sorry. Thank you. Yeah, we're celebrating 25 years of Wi-Fi existence. Wi-Fi was launched, by a group of 7 organizations in 1999. And today we are celebrating 25 years of, the existence of Wi-Fi. And to commemorate that, the Wi-Fi Alliance is organizing 3 events in this year, starting from the first one in Singapore, which is happening on February 20 to 23rd, which is coinciding with a members meeting conference. And we're going to be having a number of sessions, basically celebrating the existence of Wi-Fi for 25 years. And then the second one is in Austin, which is our head office, Texas, and where we're going to be celebrating 25. And the third one is in Malaga, Spain, in middle of October. Also, we'll be celebrating the existence of 25 years of Wi-Fi and also the 25 years of Wi-Fi Alliance, because we are synonymous and we go together hand to hand. And so that's what it is. And we request all of us, all the Wi-Fi lovers, all the, communication lovers in India to join us in this celebration. And thank you so much. Can I have the last slide, please? Yeah. So thank you very much. And my name is Paramjeet, and I'm based out of Bangalore. And I'm available to answer any questions or anything. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any questions for Param before he leaves the stage? Okay, maybe you're right, Param. It is the fag end of the day as well. So thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. So that brings us on to the last part of the day. We did have a speaker, Ms. Ravathi from the DOT, lined up, but unfortunately, she's been pulled into a last-minute emergency, which means that we're going to accelerate forward to a panel session as well. So I'd like to invite a few people to the stage. We have Saurabh Kumar, who's the CTO from ACT. Sanjeev Verma, VP for Ruckus Networks in Asia. And we can move forward to Gagan Mittal, SVP for Products and Alethea as well. Thank you. Okay. Firstly, thank you all for your support. Not only do you contribute a lot to the WBA, but you are kind enough to sponsor us today. So very, very many thanks as well. What we'd like to do first, maybe ask you to introduce a little bit about your organization, maybe take a couple of minutes to do that, to also explain your role, and also share a perspective on what your strategic objectives are for your organization over the next 2 years as relates to Wi-Fi as well. No particular order, maybe we can start with, we'll start with Sanjeev. Okay.
All right, thanks, Stephen. So first of all, guys, it's a pleasure to be here and attend this event and listening to other speaker and all the work which is going on. In fact, Mr. Puri just now presented a lot of stuff on Wi-Fi 7, which I'm excited because that's a lot of work we are doing, right? So Ruckus started the journey more than 15 years ago as a wireless vendor. And over a period of time, we have organically grown our portfolio, right from switches to the IoT, and then got into the Ruckus Cloud, which is cloud-based controllers, not only just on-prem, and now latest focus has been Ruckus Analytics, like you heard from Anandya today, right? So what we do, we basically focus on building purpose-driven networks which work in the most difficult environment, most challenging environment. That's what we do. Obviously, I run Asia Pacific business for Ruckus, and we have presence in 14 countries, physical presence, where we have people. Obviously, business-wise, we do a lot more business in more countries. Singapore is one of our major facility. in terms of R&D, also as well as sales, both. We have big setup. And as Steven said, talk about the strategic initiative. So we always want to talk about the newer technology, right? How we have evolved over a period of time, right? Wi-Fi 5, 6, 6E, 7. In fact, we are one of the first vendor who launched Wi-Fi 7 based APs last year. And I'm proudly glad to announce that Wi-Fi Alliance is using our product for test bed with other people, to do the interoperability testing. That's the endorsement of our products. So a lot of focus in that area, and also a lot of work is going on in the area of AI now. As you know, AI has become a major, initiative in the last 1-2 years. If you look at everything is becoming AI. So what we are trying to do is we are investing in that area because IT resources are becoming lean, very difficult to hire subject matter expert. We are all struggling to get the people. IT budgets are going down, and SLA expectation of internal users, right, for any business or consumers are going up. So how you can do all this with leaner budget is using AI, using automation, so that's what a lot of focus has been going in that direction.
Thank you, Sanjeev. And Sarah?
Yeah, thank you, Steve. It's been such a wonderful experience to listening to all the goodie features that are coming up in the future. Okay. By the way, my name is Sharat Kumar. I'm the CTO of ACT FiberNet, ACT FiberNet. We are the 4th largest internet service provider in the country. So we are actually the users of everything that is being talked about here, right? So we have 2.2 million broadband subscribers, and we also have a video business, about 800,000 video subscribers. In addition to this, we provide enterprise services and enterprise connectivity, broadband connectivity that includes the managed Wi-Fi. We also have about 4,500 public Wi-Fi hotspots where we offer, using these, we offer free internet connectivity primarily as part of our CSR and, to do our bit for the underprivileged, and especially in areas where, there are a lot of children like the slums, and, we work with the government, partner with the government and deploy these Wi-Fi access point. And another thing we do as part of Wi-Fi is to partner with some of these events like this, right, at a big scale, right? And we partner with the organizers to provide connectivity, right? One of them is like Bangalore Tech Summit, right? It's one of the largest technology summits for IT, BT, and tech industry in Bangalore. And Comic-Con, right? So where all the comic lovers and also gaming lovers come together. So we are the connectivity partner. So we have a lot of experience deploying this existing technology, in these areas, right? So, in fact, if you look at the Wi-Fi 6 for the home deployment, okay? So, by the way, in India, the scenario is that pretty much all the broadband service providers, the router that sits at the home, the Wi-Fi router is given free, right? So that's, and nobody pays for it, okay? So it pretty much gets bundled with the plan that we have. We are the first provider in the country to actually start Wi-Fi 6 routers, okay? So I am really waiting for the day when, the whole 6 gigahertz band is opened up, and obviously we would be the first ones to deploy that. And we also deployed some of these mesh router solutions. Again, these are in the nascent stages. So we love technology, and of course, they have to be cost efficient and in an innovative way that if we can use it. So that is pretty excited about all these things. And then some are very related to a lot of the problems that we face today. Say, for example, if you're providing connectivity in a room which has about 2,000 participants, right? So this was the conference hall that we had to connect in a Bangalore Tech Summit, right? And it's a dome shaped, right? It's a huge dome. And all we could do is put all the access points all around the corners, right? So now, how do you maximize the coverage? And we don't get a lot of time to actually go and do the simulations and, optimize the deployment environment, right? So So we just get people come and give us, okay, overnight, right? They say that, okay, conference hall is ready just in time. You come in the night, by morning, everything has to be up and running, right? So there are a lot of challenges with respect to how we actually deploy this, right? I mean, so one thing is technology. The other is the systems and how the network works and what kind of capabilities that the network has. So that is where I think, AI has a lot of important role to play, how we can optimize. So we are quite excitedly looking, Sanjeev mentioned that they're working on AI. I would be the first one to go and try it out in my network. So, happy to be here listening to all these latest developments that are in pipeline.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Finally, Gagan, if you could introduce yourself, your role, and also the objectives for Alethea over the next 2 years.
Sure. First of all, thanks a lot. It's a pleasure to be here. And like Sharath wants to try out Sanjeev, I am already trying out Sharath. I have act at my home, right? So, it's really good that that WBA event, APAC event is happening in India, because we being an Indian company, a lot of these events we have to always travel abroad, right? So it's nice to have an event in India. To introduce myself, my name is Gagan. I am SVP Products and co-founder of Alethea Communications. So Alethea is in Wi-Fi test and measurement space. We are into Wi-Fi from the past 7 years or so. And our primary angle has been to provide help to OEM, ODMs, operators, and in-flight Wi-Fi for Wi-Fi deployment and the testing that matters to the end user. It's not like there was a time when, testing was mostly check the signal level while deploying. Then it came to checking throughput, right? But now it is far more advanced. Like we check how many Teams call can go through. Yeah, how good is your Netflix when download is happening? Because these are the things which are mattering to the users in the end. And these are the complaints that are coming. So our equipment is, targeted towards that. And I would also like to mention 2 of the topics, like someone mentioned that, Wi-Fi 7 is coming. Then, Rakas mentioned that they have already launched and it is already in Wi-Fi Alliance and it is already there. Being a test and measurement company, for us, it was there last year, right? Because our customers are already using our equipment to test, right? So we have to be, because our customers are at the cutting edge, we have to be at the bleeding edge, right? So that is a big challenge. And in terms of, future strategy, right? We want to do a lot more of simplification of this user level experience tests. So we are doing gaming, we are doing AR, VR, right? And all these kind of things, so that, and you get the KPIs. It's not like, so many things happen. We want to tell when the call happened, what was the MOS score? What was the latency when gaming was happening? So all these things should come. So technology is definitely one aspect of it, that we have to be very fast in delivering Wi-Fi 7. But what Wi-Fi 7 will do also is equally important. So, our solution is targeting that.
Thank you, Gabe. So we have the perfect trio. We have the technology guys, the providers, and then the testing and measurement guys as well. So we couldn't have got this better. First question I want to ask to Sanjeev. In Paris last year, our Congress actually, you unveiled the R770, the first Wi-Fi 7 router on the market. So could you talk to the benefits specifically for enterprises, public Wi-Fi, and also for operators?
So as Stephen, you mentioned, we launched R770 last year, right? The Wi-Fi 7 product. And Wi-Fi 7, as Mr. Puri presented earlier, he showed a very good slide, which has the summary of all the benefit it offers. So I'll just reiterate some of the key points where it makes a difference. So first of all, obviously the channel width, what he's shown is a lot higher. And that is because of 6 gig spectrum, right? To take the advantage, the full throughput advantage and the benefits of Wi-Fi 7, 6 gig spectrum is very critical. It's also to do with the modulation. He showed that 4K. So obviously, a lot of those things are contributing to very high throughput. The biggest difference on Wi-Fi 7 when you compare with Wi-Fi 6 or 6E or 5 is multi-link operation. What multi-link does is, because we have different frequencies, 2.5 gig, 5, and 6. So what happens is, in order to optimize the performance, your device will communicate with the band and channel which has the least interference. In the older technologies, device can only communicate with a single frequency with the AP radio. With the Wi-Fi 7, it allows you multiple, right? And that's where this whole multi-link operation comes into the play. So you can have link selection where it is a single frequency, or you have link aggregation where it can use multiple frequencies at the same time. And because of that, the throughput is very high. Latency is very low. So a lot of people talk about some of the use cases like telemedicine in the future with remote surgeries and all that. So that's where low latency comes into the play. And also what it does is it improves the reliability and the redundancy into the network. So this is where, enterprises get the benefit of speed, obviously throughput, reliability, redundancy, which is there, and low latency. And that will help with many, many use cases. Same way like you mentioned about public Wi-Fi, right? With the public Wi-Fi, again, the same benefit they will be able to get with all this because of the flexibility of connecting with different bands, different channel. So this is where Wi-Fi 7 is a clearly leapfrog from what we have today, where, Wi-Fi 6 or 6E, but clearly you need to have 6 gig spectrum available, right? And which I hope one day India will make a decision and open up, because a lot of other countries have opened up. Mr. Puri showed some of the countries like Korea. Obviously, Hong Kong has opened up. Australia has opened up. Singapore has opened up. So these are all the countries in Asia Pacific where 6 gig spectrum is available.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so I'll put the next question to Sarah as a consumer of the technology. And so if you could share what challenges that ACT sees in the deployment of Wi-Fi, and maybe particularly in spaces like the convention meeting space as well. Okay.
Yeah, I think firstly, I would like to acknowledge that whatever Sanjeev has mentioned. So those are definitely the thing that would be required, and they would be really tested to the limit in an environment where there are, a hall which is 2 or 3 times bigger than this, and imagine a few thousand people who are sitting in here, right? And you have to provide the bandwidth to those users, right? And see, one other point, in addition to what he mentioned, right? You clearly need a lot of bandwidth, and one other thing which is extremely important is really how you can optimize the something like a self-organizing kind of networks, right? Something which can actually, understand dynamically learn the environment of the room and tweak the parameters. Say, for example, it can be through band steering. It can be through, powering off some of those APs, saying that, you put one extra AP here, you'll get a better coverage if you turn off one of them, right? So if you can actually dynamically understand, learn the environment and tweak that coverage. There are some vendors who actually are proposed, say that, I have a AI tool which can, over a period, come back and optimize this, right? But I think our challenge, what we faced is that, we only get few hours to do this, right? So we don't have the luxury of going and, doing all these simulations with the different placements, although we have done it, right? But again, the moment you go to the field and they say that, this will, this AP here will interfere with the aesthetics, you cannot put it, right? I think all your simulations would have gone for a toss, right? So now the question is, how do you, and it's manually tweaking all this is practically impossible, because they're also going to interfere with each other. Your density of this is very high. Now, question is, can we actually come up with some way in which you can actually study this, right? So there are a lot of these products available which actually look at the metrics from the access points, right? Now, I don't know if there is any standardization for the mobile to actually, so we can use a handset, just go around, use those measurements, use some kind of triangulation techniques or, whatever. Okay. So how do you optimally design your network to use a combination of, band steering, right? Where to put omni versus where to put directional. Ideally speaking, I would like to be not fixed direction, but but something which can steer the direction. Then use of right bands, right combination of bands, right? So that's another problem. There are many channels available. I'm excited that MLO is coming. But again, right now, how do you organize all these bands? See, I cannot really design a nice hexagonal shape thing that you see in a cellular kind of environment. Okay. So that is one aspect, right? Self-organizing networks which can adaptively learn. And next most important thing is there is some, by the way, there's a lot of optimization work here, but there's also standards work involved because, we do mix and match these access points with multiple vendors, right? So unless you have standardization, it's not easy to do this kind of coordination, right? And another one is that, so of course, at the end of the day, we have one controller, right? Now the controller to be able to talk to each of them and do this optimization, right? So I think those interfaces, northbound interfaces from each of these access points need to be defined, right? So next point that we see is, by the way, we have a lot of legacy equipment, right? Any operator will have a lot of legacy equipment. So there are some of these access points who have different capabilities, right? Now the question is, can we actually define these interfaces in such a way that you can define the profiles, saying that, if you have very low-end access point legacy, okay, these are the things that you do. Or if you have very high-end, maybe that can be a superset of them. Can you define these standards in a way that with different profiles, you can actually carry this out, right? And the last one is that even interfacing to a controller, right? Can you define a standardized controller, right? Even if not the operation of the controller, but so that it can actually, talk to each of these equipment and they do that, right? And so one point just want to emphasize is that, what is the kind of standards that are measurements that you want to make, even on whether in the access point or whether it is on the mobile, right? So it would be good if we can actually define that so that, I can think of say, for example, he gives me a test equipment that I can just quickly walk around, or some people are moving around. Even during the conference, when the large number of people sitting, the interference scenario is very different from when the hall is empty. So that information can be fed back and used for optimization. Now, can you actually define some metrics that all the providers who are, the application providers can actually measure that, and then the way to pull that from the access point and send it to the controller? I think ideally speaking, if we can solve these network related issues, that would help a lot, not just in this conference kind of environment, but even in the homes that we see when we are trying to deploy mesh network, right? In fact, I would like to use this example that, one of our customers called and said, ACT internet is not working. So then we tried looking at, all the aspects of the network, everything seems fine. Then we went to the home. He said, he built a very, very nice aesthetic looking shelf and then put it inside and locked it, So then he says, the problem is ACT problem, right? Now, at the end of the day, so to be able to link the Wi-Fi performance and say that, no, you don't lock up Wi-Fi access points inside shells and expect the great coverage, right? I think to be able to debug and troubleshoot is again another aspect that from the practically this we face, and that would be great help for us.
Thank you, sir. I do want to build on that point. Did you have a comment first, Gagan, before I ask my next question?
I think coming to this point that, the diagnostics part of it, right? So because it is going to get more and more complex, like with multi-link operation. Earlier, we have seen that in Wi-Fi 6 and 6E, right? OFDMA came, and because of, different sort of clients not implementing it properly, most of the time it was switched off, right? In the real deployment, right? It was not even on. So multi-link operation is a huge feature. It's a game changer. We have seen, with Wi-Fi 7, now we are getting very good throughputs, and not just throughputs, it's real world, which is like my favorite topic. Is real world experience is going to be really, really good, because you can see latency and gaming and everything, right? And we are actually it is beyond 10 Gbps. So, you cannot use Ethernet cables anymore. And I come from the time my first assignment was to increase the data rate from 64 kbps to 128 kbps in the cellular, right? So, and now we are doing the bonding to calculate the Wi-Fi data rate. But with multi-link operation, same things can still happen. But it gives far more control to the access points. that they can choose whether they want to transmit on both the links 2.4 and 5, or 5 or 6. But this choice is a huge burden which access point would have to carry, right? And the scheduling and what the data should they get, so that they can feed it to controller and they can change it, right, to how many clients they should start transmitting on both the what kind of application they are playing. Is it, if it is gaming, it is low latency, then I should give both the channels. Otherwise I should not give. So the QoS becomes so much more complex, right? So like everyone mentioned that AI has a huge role to play now, because things are going to get so complex that you would want a model to figure it out, right? So we are working on from the test perspective side. We are analyzing logs, and we have made a model where you can see the logs and it will flag the anomaly. For example, in case we have the data that this is the kind of coverage and measurements we are getting, and someone actually keeps it in the shelf and locks the access point, it will flag an anomaly, that something happened, something wrong happened in this time frame. So I'm not saying it will just solve the problem, but those kind of things, AI, ML, and has a huge role to play, and it is working. It can detect those anomalies.
So just building on that, so as a test and measurement company, I know early days of Wi-Fi 7, market leader here, but what challenges, if any, have you seen so far or expect to see in the next 2 years with regards to Wi-Fi 7?
Yes. So right now, let me see it from the positive side and the challenge side. Positive side, like we all discussed, it's huge, massive data rates, really good user experience, and both QoS and QA, better QoS and QA. On the negative side, I think it will pose a huge challenge on this supporting so many different kind of clients, which are legacy clients. Some of them have not implemented, Wi-Fi 7 and 6. Some of them have not implemented MLO. They are on different frequencies. There are different securities. So in the real life, what we are seeing is that if there is an MLO SSID, it is working with MLO client. And if it is a non-MLO SSID, it is working with non-MLO client, right? So, and if you do the other way around, you face challenges. So I think this interoperability with the legacy clients is going to be a huge work area. That will be one. Second would be because there are so high throughputs, right? So I think data plane will be quite stretched, right? So if you are pumping, 10 plus Gbps from the same AP, right, and it has to stand for, and people are not used to, rebooting AP or anything. Like it should just keep on working after that. Otherwise, they will call the internet provider, right? They will not reboot the AP. So, so the stability will be a very different challenge. Imagine in a home, right, that you have Netflix sessions going on and someone is downloading files at 8 Gbps, and multiple downloads are also going on. So now these kind of challenges will be massive, and so I think for the next 6 months, probably functionality and this consistency and reliability, these will be the more things, and scale will probably follow after 6 months from the testing perspective.
Sanjeev, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I want to add a little bit more here on the AI side, right? What we've been doing, and Anandya presented this morning a very good overview. So there are certain things, Sharat raised some of the points, right? Some of those can be addressed today now with Wi-Fi 7 products or AI, what we are doing. So just wanted to highlight those. One of the thing which he gave the example of Dome and how to have the coverage, right? So that's where one of the functionality which we have built into our Ruckus AI product is, we call it Cloud RMM. He mentioned that part, which is radio resource management, right? So typically what happens is you see in a typical building, there are a lot of APs, right? Even here, when I was trying to select Lalit which network to connect, at least I saw 10 different SSIDs. So what it means is a particular AP here, which I'm trying to connect, is seeing so many other APs. So which means they are potential source of interference. And that is the biggest challenge, which even Sharat mentioned about it. And that affects the performance, because the more interference you have limited channels available and performance goes down, right? Because the device can't find when it scans. So that's where RMM comes into the play. So what it does is it looks at the APs, it has all the data it takes in the cloud, and it runs the graphic AI and other algorithm which we have, and it comes back with the recommendation that this is how you need to configure. So it helps with that part. Also, what it does in that process, basically three main things it controls. One is controlling the channel width, and third is the transmission power, right? With that, we try to maximize the performance and we try to optimize. And that is all possible with AI. Humanly, you can't do it, as Sharath mentioned, you have limited time, right? You can't take a customer downtime in any enterprise environment. They will only give you in the night when they have the lowest usage. So with the help of these tools, it will recommend you the configuration. It can push it down. So you will run those. That's one of the way to optimize. And then it is a constant monitoring because you are in a dynamic environment. Traffic profiles changes. You have events like this, or you have something else happening. So what it does is it constantly monitors, collect the data, push it back so that you can minimize these things. So there is a whole bunch of algorithms which are being used now. And this is the area which will continuously evolve. It's just the beginning of all this. So today, you can use Ruckus AI for network management, for service assurance. You can use it for quality of service and many more things, which we will be adding over a period of time so that we can make life easier for the operations staff. At the end of the day, Sharath and his team or many other IT managers who have to deal with it, idea is to make things easier for them so that their resources can focus on more complex tasks and leverage AI wherever possible, because these networks are going to be complex. It's not going to be easy. So leave it on these machines to do it. They are much more powerful than trying to do it manually. So that's what I will add.
And I think there's a trend there. We've seen, for example, in some of the work that we're doing in a residential space, how operators are very keen to be able to troubleshoot, diagnose, and bolt fix home networks because customers complain and inevitably they could churn off. Seems to be a trend that's going into the enterprise space as well. So I guess from your perspective, Sarah, more on the IT manager side of things, how you can help them, to Sanjeev's point, focus on sort of things higher up the food chain as well. I don't want to take all the questions myself. I do want to open up to the audience. We have a few minutes left. So any questions from the audience? Okay, we might be heading towards the end of the day. So I want to thank everybody here. I know we're working extensively with CommScope, ACTM, with you guys on programs around open roaming, Wi-Fi 7. It's going to be a big year. Also on our in-flight connectivity program. I know that's a big focus for Alethea as well. So thank you for your support, not just here today, but in all the work that you do in the WBA. So thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
So I'll invite Tiago back to the stage, I think, to close proceedings. So Tiago.
Yeah, I have. So thank you so much, Steve. Before I close, I have one announcement. So we found one Apple Pencil. So if you lost your Apple Pencil, please contact one of the members of the WBA staff. We'll have it with us. So either today, tomorrow, please contact us. I just want to say congratulations to all of you. You are the brave ones that stay until the end. Thank you for that. It's been a long day, lots of learnings, at least for me. I learned a lot. I hope you had as well. You had the chance to see quite a good number of presentations. Once more, I want to thank you, our co-host, Broadband Indian Forum, to help us to organize this event. And as well to our sponsors, so Boingo, Cisco, Intel, ACT, Alethea, HFCL, Ruckus, and Spectra. And just to finish, just to show you the next events of WBA, our next Congress is going to take place in Dallas, US, in June. So the Open Congress will be on the 12th and 13th of June in Dallas. Then our European event will take place in Paris in October, On the 9th and 10th of October will be the Open Congress. And with this, thank you so much. For those of you that are members, tomorrow we'll start the members working sessions and the technical groups. For those of you that are not members, I hope you enjoy it. You had a good time, you learn, and you saw some good presentations, and hope to see you soon. Thank you.